Okay, we are about to go live here. Good morning. Welcome, everybody. Oh, let me fix my camera here. That's better. Now you can see me. All righty. It's great to see everybody. Good to see you guys all. Welcome, welcome. We're so excited. I can't believe I'm saying that this is our last event of the year, and yet I find myself saying this every year. So, but welcome. This is the last one of the year, as many of you know. Super excited. It's such an exciting time. And I know there's difficult times right now in the market, but that presents unique circumstances for situations like the presenters that are going to be presenting today. Lots of folks plugging in, looking for bright entrepreneurs with great ideas. We've got a whole portfolio of them, so we're so super stoked to be jumping into that today. So a few housekeeping rules. Please stay on mute as the presenters are presenting. Please give me a thumbs up if you can hear me as well. That would be great. If you can hear me okay, that's awesome. Let me know how my audio is. Great. Thanks for that, Dunk. So let's just go over a couple of housekeeping things. As I mentioned, please be sure to keep any comments or concerns, anything like that, to business etiquette, if you will. Remember, there are ladies in the room, no foul language, please, anything like that. But beyond that, remember as well, any of political agendas or rants or anything like that, this just isn't the place for it. We love this country. We're excited about whoever might be in office. We always pray for them. That's my mission. I certainly wouldn't want to have their job. So many people just don't see the same way that I do, but that's fine. I just want to let you guys know this isn't the place to argue about it or voice your concerns about what's going on in the world. So, but in any event, let's start off the way we always do, with a prayer and a pledge. So Dan, if you wouldn't mind going ahead and sharing your screen with our wonderful flag. Folks, I'm a patriot. I love this country. I think we have an amazing opportunity with free enterprise in this country. I never want to take that for granted. Certainly want to honor the folks. If you've served our country, go ahead and raise your hand in the chat. Certainly want to acknowledge those folks, but we sure love and appreciate folks that have served our country. If you just go over the chat box and click on there, you can just raise your hand and let us know that you serve this amazing country. But if you all want to, thank you so much for that, Mariko. But if you all want to unmute with me while we recite the Pledge of Allegiance, that would be great. Okay, everybody, you can unmute, and I'm going to go ahead and start. In fact, I think I can unmute all of you, or ask you all to unmute. There we go. There we go. Perfect. All right. Well, let's go ahead and say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance.
Pledge allegiance
I pledge allegiance
to the
flag of the United States of America,
United States of America,
and to the
and
republic
for which
and to the
it
republic,
stands,
one nation,
one nation,
under
one
God,
nation,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty
liberty,
and justice for all.
for
All right. Well, let me go ahead and just open things up with prayer, because I'm so humbled and thankful for the blessing and honor that I have to serve these amazing entrepreneurs. I don't take that lightly. I pray for you guys every single day, and I just want to publicly acknowledge that. So let's just go ahead and agree in prayer as we begin this event. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful and thankful for the opportunity to serve one another. Lord, for the blessings of this country, the free enterprise system that we have. And Lord, I ask that you bless each and every one of these presenters. You bless the investors that are watching. Lord, I ask that you multiply investment capabilities. Lord, I ask that you would advance the agendas that you would see fit. Lord, I ask that you bless all these folks that have nerves and butterflies going on. And Lord, I always say that just means you care. So I'm grateful for the folks that are nervous to present today. I'm grateful for the folks that are excited to see these opportunities. I ask that you bless this last event that we have, and that you would bless us with many more. And Father, that you would open up the windows of heaven, and that you would pour in the resources, the capital, whatever's needed for any one of these companies, Lord God, even the investors. I ask that you bless and heal and touch those folks that are sick right now. I remember my brother that's fighting for his health in the hospital right now with pneumonia. And Lord, anyone that's been challenged with ailments and sicknesses, we've seen that before with our presenters. And Lord, I just ask that you touch everyone. Give us an amazing event this day. So grateful that we're able to serve, love on these people, And Lord, I ask that you have your way in each one of their lives. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right. Well, very excited to kick things off. And our first presenter, Dr. Kim Langdon. Kim, you are nothing short of amazing. Dan, if you can spotlight her, thank you. I fell in love with this idea, this company, and Kim, you are one remarkable woman. What is so exciting about what she's bringing into the marketplace is so necessary for women, I would say households, because men have to deal with this as well, if not directly, but indirectly. Kim presents this company, Coologics, that has the ability. I'm going to just preface that we're not making any medical claims or anything like that. We're going to be doing some FDA things here soon. So I just want to put that out there. But from what we've seen, how people have been able to get relief, I'll throw quotes around the word cure so no one attacks me, for getting rid of yeast. And I'll tell you what, if you have a household with women, like I have my wife and my little daughter that's had to contend with things with just taking medications and how that strips away certain things. And it just creates, I don't want to steal your thunder, Kim, and I'm probably not articulating this correctly the way you would, but I'm so grateful that you're bringing this into the marketplace, and I'm excited to have you present. So Kim, without further ado, go ahead and share your screen and you can begin. Would you help me welcome Dr. Kim Langdon?
Hello, everyone. So yeah, my company is Coologics. We are introducing a patented, faster, and more effective cure of yeast infections. It's caused by Candida, which is a fungus. And basically, yeast infections are terrible. They have acute symptoms that are very painful and itchy. Many women get these. Many women get these recurrently. And most women self-diagnose and self-treat. Unfortunately, the current drugs are not very effective. Here is the leader over-the-counter Monistat. People basically say, this is worse than the yeast infection itself. This made my symptoms 1,000 times worse. Don't ever use this product. So as you can see, there's problems, not only with the over-the-counter, but also with the prescription medications, which are also showing waning efficacy. So just to divide that up a little bit, so the market for OTC yeast infections is 300 million a year in the US. For prescriptions, it's 1 billion. They're almost all generics in the prescription. Their efficacy is only 50 to 60%, despite 30 years ago when they came out, they were almost 95% effective. They have slow cure rates and do not relieve symptoms for days. The over-the-counter medicines, as you can see, they often make the symptoms worse before they get better, hence the low ratings. And so we have come up with a solution that uses no drugs. It's basically a tampon-like device, slightly larger, but smaller than most other vaginal devices. Basically, it's cooled in the freezer. It's inserted for 30 minutes. Then the person throws it away and repeats it in 12 to 24 hours. And we're going to do a clinical study to determine exactly how many uses are needed. But briefly, just to go over, I won't go too deep into the science, but just so you understand, Candida yeast, the fungus, lives in our mouth, intestines, vagina, totally harmless, is dormant, okay? It doesn't do anything, it just hangs out. If the environment changes, such as an antibiotic exposure, heat, change in pH, then it's triggered to morph into a hyphae shape or a morphology. That shape is the infectious form that invades the tissue, and that triggers the immune response, which are called PMNs. They're neutrophils, they're white blood cells that come out in force. They try to attack the hyphae, but they're completely ineffectual. They die. Release their enzymes, and that's what triggers the intense symptoms that starts out as itching, goes quickly to pain and swelling. Turns out if you lower the vaginal temperature to 86 degrees or below, you can force the hyphae back into the bud state. That's been well demonstrated for decades in the microbiology labs. That's what they do. Doesn't matter what else is going on, it will turn back into the bud. And we have some preliminary evidence that we might actually be killing the Candida. But for right now, our presumed and proven mechanism is that we're reversing from the infectious morphology back to the bud state. So when you look at all the other competitors in the areas, they're all drugs. Some of them are creams, over the counter, all creams. The prescriptions can be a cream or a pill. And as you can see, we beat the over the counter and most of the prescription in almost every key area because we're faster, we're more effective. We don't use chemicals. We stop symptoms within minutes. We don't add to the drug resistance problems, help maintain the pH. There's no drug interactions. There's no mess. Our product feedback from people who have used this said it was easy to use. They liked that they got immediate symptom relief, and they all claim they got over this faster than any other drug they've used. This is just sort of showing the microbiology. This is all proven. I have it all footnoted. We don't have to go into it. But the mouse data is interesting because the people who studied this device in the mouse also studied all the drugs on the market. And it turns out none of the drugs on the market worked in the mouse model, but our device did. As you can see, when you have really low p-values, that means it's statistically significant, means it didn't happen by chance. It was because of the intervention. The lower the p-value, the more significant that is. We also have data in 2 small trials and then women who have used it outside of the trial. So we have 11 women who were completely cured of their condition, some of which had other types of vaginitis, such as bacterial vaginosis and aerobic vaginitis. As you can see, they were all clinically cured. That basically means the absence of signs or symptoms and lack of needing a rescue medicine. Outside of the trial, we also had all cure rates. These were self-diagnosed people, but many of them were supervised by doctors. So unlike a drug that at this stage usually maybe only has microbiologic support, before it gets funded, we actually have that support. We have the mouse support in 2 studies done out of LSU, who are the world's experts in this. And then we have 2 small clinical trials, a total of 27 people who were cured. We have intellectual property for both the device and the method. The method patent is granted and good until 2034, the device until 2031. Our regulatory path is clear cut. We've had multiple conversations with the FDA. We're a class 2 device. They've referred us for breakthrough designation, which means we will get expedited review once we submit our clinical trial data. And in the European Union, we're a class 1. So that's even an easier and quicker path to approval. So this just describes what the advantage is of getting a breakthrough device. It basically means we get insurance coverage, pretty much, probably will become the standard of care because of its effectiveness and its lack of safety issues, no side effects, no drug reactions. And then, of course, once we submit the data, they will put us in front of the line so that we get our approval faster. So we're going to first start with the prescription market because we have to educate the doctors anyway, since this is a new breakthrough in how we would treat this condition. Doctors like things that are FDA approved, obviously that have clinical trial data. They don't like using diflucan, which is a systemic drug for a topical infection, because that causes the antifungal drug resistance problem that kills people. They will like that it's just more effective and faster and a less expensive option for recurrent sufferers. There is a new drug coming on the market for recurrent sufferers. However, 1 course of therapy costs $2,800. So we expect the insurance companies to like our solution much better. And then once we get the prescription market, up and running, we will resort to the OTC so that all women will have access to this. This is something that no one really needs to see a doctor for, but we're going to start with the doctors first. Here is the profit loss projections that I had a lot of help with. Obviously, I did nothing except put the inputs here, but basically this is a regional launch that we would start 18 months from initial funding. We would start on the West Coast. And by year 5, we would, have, penetrated the OBGYN market. Our COGS initially are $3 to $5. We expect those to go much lower. And so, as you can see, we are profitable by the end of year 2, or by year 3. And then this is the other way to look at this as far as EBITDA is pretty exceptional by year 5. As far as use of proceeds and timeline, Q1, once we receive funding, we'll go with the IRB approval to get the clinical trial set up. We already have the place identified and the CRO. We will select a manufacturing and conduct all those tests that are needed for the manufacturing. In the second quarter, we'll start the trial, which lasts about 6 to 8 months. We'll start an aggressive recruitment of a CEO, as I am the interim CEO, as well as a CFO and other key people that will be needed to launch. I'm interviewing people at this point, just sort of getting my feelers out there for who might be available and interested. By the third quarter, we should have the FDA application filed, hopefully approved within a couple of months. They have 6 months, but they will likely agree to expedite that once we get breakthrough designation. And during that time, we'll be doing, complete market research, branding, website, and so forth. And, hopefully get ready for the launch at the same time that we're waiting on FDA approval. This is another way to look at the use of funds, sort of as a pie chart. At the end of year 2, if we could either launch as a standalone company and build our infrastructure. We could also sell to a strategic, or we could partner for distribution and a licensing agreement. We have some comparables for exits. Merck acquired, or Organon acquired Alidia, which is a postpartum hemorrhage device, a very rare occurring problem. Maybe 1 or 2 of those are seen a year. So they had a substantial exit. Whereas most doctors see this condition and other types of vaginitis 1 or 2 times a day. And so in summary, we're basically, it says 10 million. That's if we launch. For the first 2 years, we're seeking 3 million. We have an OTC medical device, but we will launch prescription first. We're all natural, first drug-free, non-chemical solution that's faster and more effective. We've demonstrated high effectiveness in all 3 parameters required. We have intellectual property granted, and the FDA regulatory pathway is straightforward. And so that concludes my presentation.
Excellent job, Kim. Give her a round of applause. Excellent job. Kim, I've got a couple of questions that I'm sure investors are going to want to know as this is being recorded and broadcast. First and foremost, tell us a little bit about your story. I mean, I know it, but I want the world to hear it. How did you stumble across this, you being a physician and seeing this? What caused you to say, hey, this is going to work, because you saw incredible efficacy?
Yeah. So, I probably chose OBGYN because I used to get these problems all the time. And I always knew they were a problem. I never set out to invent anything. But one night I didn't have any medication at home. So I decided to make my own little intravaginal cooling device. And after I did that, I thought, well, when I go to the office tomorrow, I'll get some diflucan and it'll be gone. But it so happened that I went into the office the next day, and because I had no symptoms, I didn't take anything, and days went by, weeks went by, and pretty much I scratched my head. I said, what is going on here? And then I just said, I'm onto something. This is crazy. I mean, I knew cooling would take care of the symptoms. I just didn't know it would eradicate the infection altogether. So that's what started my expedition. And, 6 prototypes later, we have our final prototype. It's right here. And we're ready to go once we get funding.
And what do you see that device costing in a package of, a couple, 3 of them, or what's the process going to look like?
Yeah, so we can source this as an injection molding process. So there's tons of those in manufacturers in the United States. These were made in China, but it's this very safe materials that we use are made out of the same material as fluid-filled baby teethers, which are all exclusively made in China. Nobody in the United States makes them. But basically, what was your question?
Yeah, what the cost would be?
Oh,
what
the
the
cost.
cost is.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we.
Not to make them when you get them off the shelf.
Yeah,
What do you
yeah, so
anticipate that?
packaged, everything done, the COGS should be $5 or less, probably initially, and maybe down to 2 or 3 once we're, scaled properly.
So retail, someone can pick this up and it may or may not be covered by insurance, but it likely would be. But even if it's not, this is going to be an inexpensive solution to something that is such a challenge for women. Let's talk about the workplace, for example. Let's say you're an attorney and you've got a caseload, and this really prevents women from even coming into the office. Am I right?
Yeah. So, and not only that, because over-the-counter remedies are creams that liquefy and they create a big mess. And so women don't like to go to work when they're dealing with that. So this would just require 30-minute usage. They could go right back to work. It would be a retail cost of under $30, somewhere between 27, 28, 29. That's a little higher than the over-the-counter creams, but the benefit is we're faster. We're more effective. We are not a drug, and we take care of symptoms immediately. And the over-the-counter creams, like I said, are terrible as far as side effects for 2 to 3 days.
And this is something when you say immediately, like literally, this works immediately.
Like less than a minute.
That's absolutely incredible. Would you give her another round of applause? Excellent job, Kim. I'm so excited to see this get capitalized because women need this. Absolutely. Great job.
Thank you.
All right. Up next, we've got Tom Allen with Opango. Tom, let's go ahead and spotlight him. Tom, you've developed a remarkable technology. Love seeing you on here when you present this. I think the world has moved to electronic learning platforms and all these different type of licensing issues that come up. I know you've been focused on one in particular, but when I think about your company, what it can do for realtors in the future, insurance agents, accountants, anyone that would need continuing ed credits and things of that nature, you can handle all that with Opango, with your learning management software platform. But Tom, you've got a background in aviation, and that's where this all first started off. But I don't want to take your thunder, as they say. But without further ado, would you help me welcome Tom Allen with Opango?
Hey, thanks, Izzy. I really appreciate the warm introduction there, and I'm assuming you can see my screen.
Yes, sir. It looks great.
So it's a little bit about myself. I've been with small, medium, and large companies, primarily in the C-suite, managing engineering, product management, and even a business unit. And I've delivered telco quality products to the global markets in every time zone on both sides of the equator. New companies I joined at the beginning when it was just a gleam in the founder's eye, and carried them all the way to the exit. So in terms of experience with delivering products and startup companies, I've been there, done that. Also turns out that I'm an aviation enthusiast, and I fly, and I've owned an airplane, and so Opango was born out of a lifelong love of aviation and fascination with technology. And what we did is we identified an opportunity to help make the world safer by providing the industry with an e-learning platform to help educate and certify pilots. And we also realized that other associations and small businesses often need to train and certify thousands of geographically dispersed members and partners without the resources actually to manage them. And I also should say that the big difference is that, you can Google LMS for aviation, but what we do that's really different is we actually manage the LMS for them. We do everything associated with it to be there essentially so they can outsource it. Now, I met Greg Brown at the Helicopter Association in Las Vegas. And when I met him, he was very frustrated that he had an emergency and the current provider only guaranteed a 7-day turnaround via email. So I gave him my business card and said, call me anytime. Well, he did. He called me 3 times. And the third time, he invited me to Alexandria, Virginia for a day trip to meet the executive team. So when I got there, I actually think they were surprised that I was actually in the room with them, because the normal model is a chat box and emails. And as a result of that, we took the business away from the largest LMS provider in the world, and because we were reachable and we were responsive. So if you were to call Greg Brown on the phone today, and he'll tell you this, he said, I'm really good with helicopter operations. I don't know content delivery over the web. If you looked at the National Association of Flight Instructors, what you'd find is they're an all volunteer staff. And so most of them are corporate pilots. They're gone all the time, and they need somebody who is there and present to be able to manage things. Pilot safety, this guy is a solopreneur, but he's highly sought after speaker, trainer. He's on the road all the time, in the airplane all the time. And so they need help with actually managing the thing. One of our most recent projects was with the Helicopter Association, called 56 Seconds to Live. And what there's a need to improve the safety record of helicopter operations through better decision making. It turns out that on average, you have about 56 seconds after the last bad decision is made. And I'm sure everybody's heard of Kobe Bryant and the LA Helicopter Squad. Kobe Bryant. And what's interesting is on that day, the Los Angeles Helicopter Squad was not flying because the weather was so bad. And Kobe Bryant was in a helicopter that was not allowed to fly in bad weather. They were only allowed to fly in clear skies. So they didn't really have a reason to even take off. And so it created the need for this to help with that. So what do? We are the Chick-fil-A of LMS platforms. We are all about our customers and making sure that they're happy and their problems are solved. And so we administer the LMS for them. We provide training strategies. Most of the people I talk to more or less have a gleam in their eye, but they don't really know where to get started and how to get moving on it. Instructional design. So once you decide on something, you still got to put the course together and figure out how you're gonna present it to your students. And then we help with content development, and we also can help them with their marketing strategies if they need help. And it just turns out that a lot of people think that if they put something on the web, there's 6 billion people in the world, that somehow you're just going to have people come to it, and they're not. And I already mentioned, we're very service oriented. So we are really the outsourced e-learning department for a small business or an association. The COVID-19 has actually forced the global education system to embrace web-based online learning and training. And employees are now demanding it. So it used to be, you might put somebody on an airplane, fly them somewhere, and they'd be there for a week and you fly them back. Well, now they don't want to do that. They want to take these things where they are, either in their office or maybe while they're on the train or somewhere, but they want the ability to be mobile. The LMS billings worldwide in 2019 was 9.64 billion. In 2021, they were up 64% to 15.8 billion, and they're estimated to be 37.9 billion by 2026. So our strategy is this. What we want to do is bring some funding into the company and have a full digital marketing and outreach program. We're going to continue to go to trade shows and industry events and sponsorships in our target markets. We will be adding LMS administrators consistent with the growth of accounts, and we're going to accelerate our product roadmap. The executive team is myself, of course, and James Roselle. He and I have worked together at a couple of places. He's very technically steeped, very sharp, and I couldn't be happier with having him around. Tom Dennis, I've known Tom Dennis for many years, and he takes care of all of our marketing and brand management. Chris Kambala is our he's runs our product development operation, but he's also very technically steeped in technologies like ours and the things that we need to do and how we need to go about them. And just as a side note, we're having a major release just next week. Charlie Quinn is, I've known him for a long time, and he's handling anything that we need in terms of human resources, finding staff, things like that. Now, so we also have some advisors, and you can't really say enough good things about Izzy. Izzy has just been, he's been a rock in this whole thing and helping us think through how to present ourselves and talk about this. And so we can't really have enough appreciation for him. Dan Matthews, for the people who know him, he is a financial whiz. He's worked with us putting together our financial models and helped us talk through that and work through that. David Zumwalt is someone I've worked with at 2 companies, and he is a technology serial entrepreneur guy. And so, since I've worked with him and now I've got this going, he's just a natural to help me think through things that I need to think about. David Sim-Smith is a venture capitalist here in Dallas with Mobility Ventures. I've known David for years, and mostly what I do is I see him at a networking event and I get a lot of free advice from him. But since I've got him on my advisors, I actually meet with him and we talk about not only product strategies, but messaging and go-to-market strategies. Pat Hamner is with Patriot Capital. He was on the board of a company that I was with. And what's the most interesting thing about Pat is one day he walked in with this box. He said, "Look what we're investing in." And he opened it up, and it was a pair of inline roller skates. And I got to tell you, I thought, it just didn't really, I don't know, I wasn't lit up about it. But anyway, turns out those are Heelys. And anybody that knows Heelys, they printed money with those things. They were premiered in television shows, and I can't even, it was just unbelievable where that thing went. Dan Vermeyer is with Corporate Finance, and he is all about, when it gets time to sell your company, he's the guy that will help with that. And so we talk about where do we need to be now so that we can be where we need to be later. So he's been a big help with that. Bob Bolanger is our CFO advisor. He is also steeped from the SaaS model industry. So, him working with me and Dan Matthews, we, got all of our finances together. And then Kyle Ferguson, he's our attorney with Ferguson, Braswell, Frazier, and Kubasta. And I met him back when his law firm was just a gleam in his eye, and he has really done quite well with it. But he's just really an amazing guy. So we really couldn't be more excited about the advisors that we have, because I think it covers all of the areas that we need help with. So what we're basically saying is that we get started in year 5, we'll be at like 21 million. We'll break even somewhere around late year 2. And so what we're offering is today we would like to get a $500K bridge with a convertible debenture with a 20% discount. But we also expect, once we get our roadmap and our marketing strategy all going, and we're sort of on our way, that we'll really significantly grow the company, we'll raise up to about $4 million total. And the use of funds is going to be for digital marketing, sales, LMS administrators, and our product roadmap. And in our product roadmap, these days, everybody wants to make data-driven decisions. So one of the big things we're going to be doing is putting a lot more analytics into our reporting. And in fact, I mentioned we're having a release next week. We're already well on our way to doing that. We're also updating our UI and UX. Products like ours, they just have to be refreshed every couple of years, and so it's time. And so that's what we'll be doing there. Anyway, that's my story. Appreciate everybody's time.
Excellent job, Tom. Before you go here, I'd love for you to walk through a couple of use case scenarios. I think you did a remarkable job. First off, give him a round of applause. Great job. You're always such a great presenter. You're just right to the point.
Thank you.
People understand the numbers and everything. But here's what I want people to really get. What happens if they don't use something like a Pango? What does their world look like with what they're doing now with having to train, let's say a company, let's go with a small number, company of a couple, 300 people, okay? And they've got to train them all on the same content. They've got to bring them up to speed with maybe a new product upgrade within the organization, whatever it is, okay? How do they do that now? And what would it look like with a Pango?
Well, today, what they've got to do is schedule a training session with a live instructor, and then they got to organize getting everybody to that location. And COVID has actually created this situation where you have so many remote employees. That means you got to fly them into town and have them in the classroom, or you got to train them over something like this, like Zoom. And some people are doing that. But what really happens is you got more people to train than you have people to do the training. And so then what happens is you just can't get everybody trained because you don't have enough. And so the scenario.
So let me say how a lot of investors respond to that. Maybe that's what you're about to say right now. Is a lot of investors, they always use the so what thought process of so what. So they don't get those people trained. Then what is the net effect? What ends up happening?
Well, what ends up happening is they're just not as effective as they should be, or maybe they're not certified in something they got to be certified in. And so I can tell you, I actually meant to mention this earlier. We just finished a project for a big company here in town called Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. Well, you know what? That is one of these things where it's important to them in terms of their values, right? And actually, what turned out that we did two. One was for the employees, one was for the managers. And the CEO, it's very important to them. So if you can't train people in something like respectful workplace, I mean, then what happens is you don't have a respectful workplace. So that, used to be, you kind of get away with it, I guess, a little bit. But nowadays, I mean, there's just an expectation that when you come to work, you're in a safe place. So if you can't train all these people, then you can't have what you're looking for. Now, the other scenario is this. It turns out that there are 3 people in a classroom that are upset. And even if it's on Zoom, there's still 3 people that are upset. The novice is upset because they don't know anything and the course is being taught over their head. The genius is upset because they're not learning anything new. They've already learned all this. And the professor's upset because they can't teach at a higher level. They got to dumb themselves down to the room. So what you do is, even if you're going to have them in a classroom, the most effective thing you can do is have an online course for them that they take, that they're required to take before they show up. And then what happens is the genius is learning something new, the professor's teaching at a higher level, and the novice doesn't feel like they don't know anything. So it increases the overall effectiveness of it, if that makes sense to you. So that's the thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Our audience is really kind of tripping to. Even if they have classrooms, they're still going to have that, but they're also going to have the online component because they want their students to be ready. The other important point too, depending on who you are, is e-courses will stand up in court. And what that means is that you can show the course to the judge and say, this is what they saw.
Mm-hmm.
And now the reason that I actually know this so well is that we had a course up and somebody had to go to court and our customer lost. But the judge got our customer up to the bench and said, okay, here's what you got to do to make this thing stand in court. So they called us up, we made the changes, and boom, nobody has ever won since.
Wow.
So that's what happens. And in that case, it's an airport. And so you got 3 people managing this airport, and they've got thousands of people that have buildings and hangars and stuff. And so they don't really, even though they do a thing in a classroom, they just don't have a real way of getting to everybody if they don't have an online presence. No, that may be more than you wanted to know, but
No. That's exactly what I wanted you to drive home because, I think about companies where so many employees are working remote and they want to disseminate information and they can do it on their own spare time. You don't have to have that cost or exposure and bringing people into a conference or into the office. It just makes so much sense. And it's certainly the way the future of training in organizations, what that's going to look like.
What's happened is that there's a need for it, but the employees are demanding it. They used to be, you could kind of tell them to, we're not doing that. You can't do that anymore. It's and even my wife has to get recertified for her licenses a couple of times a year. Think about this. We're watching TV and she goes, oh, I got to go take my course in whatever. She goes upstairs, 30 minutes later, she's downstairs, it's over.
Yep.
And the idea that she would, first of all, her employer doesn't want her to take off in the middle of the day to go take a CEU course. So she does it on her own time. Nobody gets impacted. She doesn't go anywhere and she's happy as a clam.
That's right. Well, great job, Tom. I think this is the way of the future. Give him a round of applause. Opango, great job. Okay, up next.
Thank you for having me.
Walter, absolutely. We've got Walter Schofield up next. Walter, I love what you're doing, brother. I mean, I cannot wait to have your unit in my home. Nexus is just an amazing brand that is coming into the marketplace. And with your background of over 40 years in the audio technology industry, you are going to be bringing some remarkable products to launch. And I'm so excited for you to share. Would you help me welcome Walter Schofield with Nexus Audio Technologies?
At 48 years, but who's counting? So let me let's how is that? Is that okay?
Looks beautiful.
Wonderful. So audio, video, electronics, what does that really mean? It's hardware. I've been in the business for 48 years, since I've been 15 years old. And I've learned a lot over those 48 years. And this entire plan is really the culmination of everything that I've ever learned in this industry and what the industry needs that hasn't been attained. We're building ultra high quality audio, video, electronics for music systems and home theater systems, the best of the best in many ways. And Izzy, you talk about time in a business, but I was born to be in the business, born to be in it. When I was a kid, my first words were actually C record. I used to spin the record on my mom and dad's turntable, and it's the first words I ever uttered as a human being. When I was 9, not quite 10, I convinced my father to spend every cent that I had in my bank account on a music system, a stereo system. I spent $2,500 plus on a stereo 2 weeks before I turned 10 years old. And then I went into retail in my early teen years. I presented myself at a music system, hi-fi shop environment. And when the manager discovered that I knew more than the guy I was chatting with, he hired me on the spot. And I was barely 15. That was at a place called Tech Hi-Fi. They had 72 stores east of the Mississippi. And I'm very proud to say that at age 15 years old, I ended up being the #1 or #2 salesperson in the entire chain out of 72 stores for the entire time that I was there for 3 or 4 years. I'm not much of a braggy guy, but I was very proud of that. And it set the course. It set the course for me in this industry. The problem with the industry is we've got antiquated sales and marketing. and products that prevail. We've got hobbyists, not business people in the business. We've got people in our industry selling to the same people over and over, audiophiles, who unfortunately are aging out of the system. The computer stole our business way back when, and we have multiple generations of people that are just not aware that immersive experiences are available in their home. Nexus is correcting that. We're going to offer products and a unique marketing approach and strategy to overcome that and become the spearhead for the entire audio video industry to follow. So the audio industry is asking, veterans are asking for solutions to multiple problems out there, things that have not been developed from a product perspective, as well as from a marketing perspective. We have a team with well over 100 years experience, assessing said industry needs and fulfilling them. And the team is a who's who of superstars in the industry. And this third bullet point is really important. When I say leading the industry forward, what I mean is our marketing approach is so different than any other audio video company that people will look to trail behind us to get on board with us from competing audio video companies, because we have put together a team that will create awareness for what we do across the board to end users, resellers, international distributors, and dealers, and the like. This is a very important slide, right? What we find is that people are designing products and looks have become very important because the audiophile aging out of the system, we're now addressing high net worth and ultra high net worth individuals. Ultra high net worth and high net worth individuals, sure, if they're presenting themselves and they want to buy a very good system, whether it be a music or a home theater system, they want it to sound great, of course, but the first thing that catches their eye is the way it works. In our industry, people are designing products that look like 1940s radios or Borg spaceships. They're not taking into consideration what is simple, elegant, and timeless. What works with multiple decors? What works with multiple tastes? So our example, as you can see in this rendering above, is simple, classic, timeless, and elegant. And the motivation for something like this is simple, classic, timeless, elegant products. Like a Jaguar XKE. It looks as beautiful as the day it rolled off the assembly line. A Cartier tank watch, a Rolex Datejust, something that not only can you wear and has been extant for the past several decades and has stood the test of time, but also is able to be used in many scenarios. For instance, a Cartier tank watch you can wear with some shorts and a polo shirt, right? Same thing with the Rolex Datejust. Our industrial design will be compatible with people who are into contemporary environments, transitional environments, even traditional environments. And this is something that our industry never has considered. We're following the form of watches and automotive and furniture to develop, to offer a product that will be appealing to people across the board. Ultimate performance is a given. It has to be the best sounding equipment on the market, and we've assembled a superstar group of engineering people to be able to do that. Ease of use, because people are not technical a lot. The app that is provided with all Nexus head products, meaning preamps, integrated amps, and the like, is very intuitive, very easy to use. We have features inherent that is not inherent in other products. For instance, video streaming. So you can watch YouTube videos, not just audio streaming, but video streaming as well. And by the way, the audio and video streaming digital section of our products will enable you to listen to music and watch videos at the highest resolution possible from an audio as well as video perspective. Connectability is probably the most important thing here. One of the fastest growing segments of our marketplace are custom integrators. People that don't necessarily have showrooms, but go into your home. They sit down with the architects and designers in one's home. And There is not a single high-performance audio video company that is compatible with all of the automation platforms out there. Automation platforms like Savant, Control4, Crestron, AMX. They've all completely forgotten about this, and we have a huge growing segment that will adopt Nexus Audio Technologies product because of that connectability. It makes their lives that much easier. Probably the most important bullet point here, and something that I really, really need to stress, is our differentiated, unique marketing, which will create awareness and penetration. The ability for us to reach high net worth individuals, to reach a large segment of the population via a shotgun marketing approach, targeted approach, which I will cover a little bit more. Basically, Nexus Audio Technologies marries all of these things for the very first time. And polling dozens of international distributors and dealers and end users really led us in this direction. And we really feel as though we've got something very, very unique and wonderful here. How are we going to reinvent high-end marketing and sales? Well, unique messaging to high net worth individuals. We're certainly not going to advertise in a lot of publications like Architectural Digest or Dwell, JetShare magazines, things like that. We are creating point of interest stories, like the resurgence of vinyl. You can have immersive experiences in your home. How do you stream music? How do you stream video? Point of interest stories that enable us to get little articles in digital and print publications around the world. I've utilized this strategy before when I rebuilt Mark Levinson. They had done $100,000 the year before I got there because they closed down their factory. They did $55 million at their peak. And within 18 months, I rebuilt it to 70 to 80% of what it had been doing prior. And I utilized this very, very same strategy, although not as complex. It certainly has evolved. Audio Immersion Renaissance, you can see to the right there. It's called, it's the Air channel. It's a YouTube channel. We will have people from around the industry on there, again, talking about the resurgence of vinyl, how to stream, how to build a proper home theater system, how to build a proper music system. We'll have competitors on there. We expect out of every 20 airings of the Audio Immersion Renaissance channel, really only 2 or 3 will be about Nexus Audio Technologies. We want this to be the rising tide for the entire industry. People in our industry to point at the Air channel and say, wow, these people are really doing something about letting people know that these experiences are available in their home. By the way, why do we think they want those experiences? Because concert ticket sales, movie ticket sales, EDM music, all up from 2018 to 2019, the last year they had figures for. People are seeking immersive experiences outside of their home because they don't know they can have them inside of their home. We've assembled a superstar group of PR and social viral media experts, which I'll talk a little bit about down the road, worldwide partnerships with international distributors. We already have our service locations, our logistics, operations, customer service. And look, I've been in the business, like I said, for 48 years. Media contacts. I know the editors of every major publication around the entire world. Stereophile, Absolute Sound, Hi-Fi News and Record Review in England, the publications in Japan, the publications in Germany, all there. New revenue streams. I could talk a little bit more about that, but we've got really good, strong partnerships with the Grammys, Producers and Engineers Wing, Guitar Center, and I have very strong ties into Harman Automotive. So that could present new revenue streams down the road as well in terms of Nexus Audio Technologies actually being in an automobile and getting some really, really good press. I get a call every 2 weeks from the folks at Harman asking if I know of another brand. I haven't let them on this one yet, but we'll get there. The market's pretty incredible. The global AV manufacturing is predicted to be 14.6 billion in 2023, but the fastest growing segment last year was above the $50,000 system, and it grew by 73%. Recognizing that during a pandemic, people are home, but with the shift of people working from home, the last I saw was 65 to 70% of people are going to be left to be working at home because they realize they don't need huge commercial real estate capabilities. We expect this to continue to grow, people being at home and wanting to improve their home environments. And the forecast is 15 billion predicted to be at 24 billion a few years from now. We're very, very excited, and that is the high-end audio, not just audio in general. That includes all categories. Okay, the part where I become a little uncomfortable talking about myself. I said I started off in retail, worked in retail for about 15, 16 years. My first position outside of that was working as the national sales manager for a company that represented Bowers and Wilkins, B&W loudspeakers, Rotel, a lot of other brands. Did very well there. My latest position was at Krell Industries, where I increased sales 100% in the first year, 35% annually after the fact. I set up the international distribution for SVS largely. They were in their infancy and grew that tremendously. Brought Wharfdale speakers back into the market. And at the Harman Specialty Group, I was VP of Sales and Marketing worldwide for Mark Levinson. Eventually expanded to include the branding and marketing head position worldwide for Lexicon and Revel loudspeakers as well. Yeah, look, basically, you might think that I've held a lot of positions, but it's been 48 years. But I've always, and please, this is the part I really don't like, Izzy. I've left every company that I've been with in better shape, so I've always been recruited into the next one, right? So people just kept dangling more money, more challenging positions in front of me. So I've had a really good career. I'm very proud of the career I've had. And Nexus Audio Technologies is my swan song, so to say. Everything I've learned throughout my career is poured into this. David Goodman, and please don't tell David, I've got him up here, but he knows. David designed most of the Krell products. He got to Krell about 5 years after its inception and responsible for about 90% of the products that Krell ever built that have enjoyed incredible status in the industry. Wonderful to have him on board. Brian Penry created the style guide for Sonic the Hedgehog. He's worked with the Rolling Stones and Aerosmith and, the Bolshoi Ballet and Patek Philippe watches. He is our marketing guy. And we're really, really proud to have a superstar like him on board. Adam Somer is our public relations person based in New York City. Adam has worked for JVC, Polk Audio, Rust Sound, Acoustic Research, Kicker. But he also is an expert on luxury marketing. I have a watch brand that I launched several years ago, and we went to New York City for 2 days and visited with luxury publications and got like a dozen placements, point of interest stories. Adam is going to help me execute that quite well, and he's the best of the best. He's a wonderful human being as well. Aldo Filippelli is on my advisory board, founder of Dyne Audio America, worked with me at Krell Industries, currently distributing a brand called Estalon out of Estonia and doing a very good job. Erwin Shore was the VP General Counsel for Snap-on Tools. He is an absolute business whiz, a math whiz, and a very, very dear friend of mine whom I confer on a regular basis about Nexus Audio Technologies. And the most interesting one down below, not most interesting, wrong wording, sorry, a very interesting one, Keenan Davis. Keenan Davis was the Deputy Director and Head of E-commerce and Digital Marketing and Operations for the New York Times. He also was one of the original people that started up Turtle Beach, which is a $500 million gaming site. Keenan has software that enables him to look back and look at your browsing history weeks back, how long you spent on a particular page, much better than what Google Analytics is. And Keenan Davis is going to be the primary driver behind Nexus Audio Technologies, getting eyeballs on our AIR channel, the Audio Immersion Renaissance channel, eyeballs on our website, creating organic likes on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter and all of the social media platforms out there. This man is the real deal. Out of 100 marketing people, 2 might be real marketing people. He's very much number one in my book. And he's done a very good job with another audio brand, which is how I met him, catapulted them from number 6 in their category to number 1 worldwide inside of 2 years. Really good to have Keenan on board. Our turnkey manufacturing is there. We have manufacturing of boards, folded metal, decorative metal. All of the components that constitute a component are in place. Our vendors are there, and we actually have 3 options right now for complete turnkey manufacturing, all in North America, 2 of them in the USA, 1 in Canada. So we'll be able to say we're made in the USA or made in Canada, whichever ones. And upon financing, our first 3 SKUs would be just months away. We have 5 SKUs or 5 products that we have launching in the first year. 3 of them at the very beginning, and then 2 of them 6 months down the road. And we are ready to, by the way, we've got, Izzy, 85 to 90% of the electronics in all of those 5 products are designed. The only part that we don't have designed would be having to bring on David Goodman and other engineering people to design an amplifier section, but that's about 45 days away. It's not far. So those products actually are the ones that are 6 months down the road after the first 3. So the first 3 products are ready to be built. The other products will be following 6 months down the road, and plenty of time to do so. We plan on breaking even in year 2 and hitting above $30 million in year 5. This is conservative. Our worldwide partners are asking us to be in development. People that I know and trust, that I have NDAs with, that I shared, we're starting a new electronics brand at the very beginning of it, say, why? Why another electronics brand? After talking with them for 10 or 15 minutes, every single one of them, without exception, said, I'm in. I'm in. International distributors, US dealers, representatives, independent representatives, every single one without exception, after we explained, or after I explained to them how differentiated we're going to be from a product perspective, a marketing perspective, features, use case scenarios, and the like, every single one of them was like, okay, you got me. I'm in. I'm in. So we think this is very conservative, good EBITDA, good profit margins, and the like. We're looking to raise $3 to $4 million in our seed round via SPV with a minimum investment of $100,000. But if one wants to invest a little less than that, we're certainly open to chatting. You know, I have huge thanks to throw to Izzy and Dan Matthews for helping me with this presentation and helping me with a lot. These guys are the absolute best to work with. Izzy, thank you, my friend. You've really become a good friend. I really appreciate you. Dan, you're there. I know you are. Thank you so much for all your help. Couldn't have done it without you. You know, look, in closing, 3 things: unique product, wide appeal to vast groups of people, resellers and the like, a superstar team, incredible PR and social and viral media that will push us to the top of our category. Nexus Audio Technology seeks to be the Rolex of the audio industry, where everybody knows about us. And when they're talking about exceptional quality, high performance equipment, Nexus Audio Technologies bubbles to the surface of their mind share. That's
excellent job,
my
Walter.
friend. That's all I got, my
Excellent
friend.
job, man. Well, we're out of time with that. We went over a little bit, but it was worth it, man. That was really, really good stuff. We don't have a lot of time for questions, but I do want to emphasize the fact that what I'm excited about is everyone who's anyone in the audio industry knows who you are, and they want in on this. We'll be negotiating around some of those things. I know you're bringing in and garnering some investments there. That's just super exciting. We're going to be wrapping things up here at year end. A lot of people that are making their last decisions on investments. No doubt that you'll be one of them. But what I got to tell you, Walter, is that when it comes to high-end audio, I think you're going to become a household name. You're already an industry name, and I think you're just going to be one of those legends. You know, I can see people framing your face with a signature in their media room saying, hey, this is one of the serialized numbered amplifiers that Walter Schofield blessed. So I am so super stoked.
Am
Am
I
part of this
red?
project?
Am I red after that, Izzy? I think I'm red. Hey, look at as Izzy and I talk about this all the time. I really do not like talking about myself, but I do want to let you know I was recognized by CE Pro, one of the industry icon magazines, as being in their master's class a few years ago. So I got a really nice accolade there. It made me feel really nice. But Izzy, look, you're correct. I do know everybody. And Nexus Audio Technologies will be a household name. We have all the mechanisms in place to make it happen. And with your help and with people out there, this is a worthwhile investment. It's a very safe investment from my perspective. I've been at this for quite a long time. People are already committing. Let's get this done. Thanks a lot.
Great job, Walter. And let me just put a disclosure out there. So when he says safe, we don't know. You'll have to take a look at the risks for yourself. But I get what you're saying, Walter, based on what you see on the landscape and what you're going to be doing. But we always want to cover our assets, as they say. So
Yes, sir.
great job, Walter. Okay, up next, we've got Anna Castro with All Rise Mission. Anna, I am so excited to be a part of this project. I'm honored to be a part of this project. And I know you've got a few other ones up your sleeve. You've got a remarkable background in being a civil engineer, in public service, all the things that you've done, the major projects that you've done, from bridges and tunnels to the infrastructure in South American countries. It is absolutely remarkable. You saw the landscape of the needs, the tremendous needs that are in communities around the country, around the world. And I am so excited to be a part of this, because I think what All Rise do here for second and third world and even first world situations, there's no doubt in my mind you're going to be instrumental to helping those projects come to fruition. So I'm excited for you to be sharing what All Rise is going to be doing. Would you help me welcome my good friend and colleague, Anna Castro? Welcome, Anna. Go ahead, you're on.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. And I'm going to just go ahead and share my presentation. Just give me a brief moment here. Bear with me. Just down, open again. Okay, do you see it?
Yes, we do.
Okay, perfect. And I'm going to start with my story. I was raised between cities and my parents' farms. And yes, thank you for that introduction. Very appreciated, Izzy. I became a civil engineer, and after 20 plus years, I was elected president of civil engineer organizations. I traveled to different countries, learning about the biggest problems we have on Earth. And while I was on those trips, I saw something in common that impacted my life tremendously in the majority of the cities. And it was this scenario: gorgeous, nice buildings in the middle of misery. And if you go inside those communities, you will find all types of burdens, struggles, challenges, sufferings. But I also noticed this scenario. Individuals from doing a line of work to small businesses trying to make it in this environment, and also entities and volunteers helping the burdens of the communities, but all this effort just not enough to change the situation. We came to live to United States, we became citizens, and it's in this country where I finalized the solution that I understand from bottom to top. Our platform helps the struggling communities to build prosperity by connecting services with residents trying to start or grow their businesses. What is the root of the problem? The root of the problem, where all the slums and informal settlements are formed, are several reasons. The main reasons are migration, depression, poverty, informal economy, poor planning, social influx, and the list goes on. The poor infrastructure is due to lack of developmental resources. Just in these areas, more than 1 billion people live in here. And besides that, bear with me, it's just not moving right now. Besides that root problem, we see our heroes. Our small businesses are the backbone, are the engines of economies. But the majority of small businesses, the owners lack college education or business foundation. Just in the United States, around 30% of the small businesses don't have online presence. Therefore, they don't show up in search engines. They don't show up in social media. Customers struggle to navigate the internet in a meaningful way when they are searching for basic living and business assistance. The entities and volunteers helping the burdens, they don't work as a team. They are driven first by their organization's principles and interests. How does our solution works? We are a one-stop shop RISE Mission app. With this app, you are able to set online presence the same day, to upgrade to paid membership and get access to market, financial resources, and business guidance. You're also able to help and find help for homeless people, stray pets, and you name it, all other burdens. There's also a search box where you can find startups that are addressing problems such as garbage, such as water. They bring innovation, all types of opportunities and resolving the problems. Through the unit of excellence, you learn when a key project is coming to resolve burdens such as energy, such as wastewater system. How does RISE Mission make money? Through subscriptions, referral fees, and advertising services. It's time to present the team. We are located in different countries. We are a profoundly diverse team, understanding that as humans, we have the same basic needs. The gentlemen that are in the middle, they are all founders. Mukesh and Ken, they are founders of NGOs and devoted to community development. Salar is an entrepreneur at heart, founder of 2 startups. Rick Spindler, he has the role of advisor. He is a seasoned construction project manager, built over 1,000 projects in his life. Myself as well, I do have a long history as a builder, 20 plus years in my construction business. And also I have a large experience on international and national due diligence, public and private institutions. How are we thinking about our marketing strategy? Word of mouth first. As we develop our services, of course, we're going to do flyers, open events, radio, direct sales, retail stores. Our partners and customers also are social media, search engines, non-governments, organizations, tech companies, field experts. How is our competition looking like? They do pieces of our services, but they don't do all our services. We are a one-stop shop, and they do some of it, but not all of it, all of our services. Our 3-year milestone, our ask. We were looking for $500,000. And what is the the result from this $500,000, we are going to launch our first community. What are the outcomes that we are coming with besides launching? And while we launch our app, we are having a tide effect, benefits all the community from our services. A domino effect, our Rise mission success brings neighbor communities to want to implement the platform, sharing success methods to strengthen development. We are going to follow before and after key metrics, KPI measurements such as customer satisfaction, internal process quality, employee satisfaction, and financial performance index. And last but not least, uplift customers and stakeholders' reputation through providing the highest quality of a standard service. This is how our users' funds look like. And they are employees 54%, technical equipment 20%, service legal 4%, and sales 22%. And I am not going before showing our market size. Looking at the worldwide universe that we have and going through our revenue streams that are subscriptions, referral, and advertising services, this is how it works. Subscriptions, we have a universe of 2.77 billion between individuals doing a line of work to small businesses. So we are considering to charge an average of $50 per year. And we have in the subscription revenue also the NGOs and philanthropists, charging them $600 and a universe of 60 million NGOs, which brings us to a $0.2 trillion. Referral fees are integrated by two revenue streams. The units of excellence, there's a need of $49 trillion, and we are considering an average of 5% fee if we were the only providers. And also the base, our base, that is our number of accounts, and referral fees. This is a formula that my financial expert used to do the calculation. So this brings us to 19.1 trillion and advertising services of 1.8 trillion. That is the same as the formula that my financial expert used based on that number of accounts to a number of impressions times $3. Moving from worldwide, we go to 5 countries, and this will be our universe that takes us to 5.8 trillion for our SAM. And for our service obtainable market, we go down to our 5 communities that is going to give us 39.2 billion. And going down to a 5-year projection, we are considering a business model very, very conservative, starting with 1 community and ending with 12 communities at the end of the year. Very conservative assumptions. I don't want to go before explaining the go-to market strategy. Our communities have different sizes and priorities. Our platform arrives understanding the potential resources and burdens in a community packed with local data. Think about Craigslist. This platform serves its customers by location. So our Rise mission as well is going to arrive packed with local data to every community, state, and another country. And this is my presentation. I want to thank you very much again for the opportunity. Dear investors, the world needs our RISE mission. We can do the magic, disrupt and accelerate community development. Yes, we can change the world. Thank you, Easy. Thank you, Dan, for your help.
Excellent job, Anna. And before you go, I just want to touch on this for a little bit. And
Of course.
I recognize what this platform can do in so many communities around the world. What I want you to do is share a little bit like what I was asking earlier of Tom Allen. What does a community look like now that is suffering and they won't have the ability to use All Rise mission? And then when you implement this, what could it look like? And folks, investors especially that are listening and will be listening to the recording, what I want to ensure that you recognize is while this feigns the idea that it's a nonprofit platform, as you saw, there's huge profit, because when you begin to bring in collaborators, when you begin to bring in the eyeballs to this, the impressions that will be seen, there's a lot of money to be made. And I just want to touch on for a couple of minutes what that looks like. But first and foremost, Anna, let's talk about a community that is struggling without something like an All Rise right now, what that looks like. And then if you could just go ahead and give us the stark difference, what ends up happening when you implement this. Because I think people need to understand what is that problem that you're solving and why there's a tremendous need for this.
Of course, Easy. As you heard me before, it's out there. You just need to go in many cities. And what is more annoying and really impressive, go to other countries. You just go outside a few minutes and you just start seeing destruction. You start seeing all this misery, all this need. And this is caused by all these factors that I mentioned before.
Oh, and I think it's such a great point that you bring up, because if anyone's done any traveling outside of this country, like my wife and I have, you go to these exotic resorts. We went to Bali for our honeymoon, and you go to these amazing resorts, and you have all these lavish amenities and all these creature comforts, and then you set foot outside of the walls, and it's a third world country that you're in. So obviously there's an ability to have, the cleanliness, the infrastructure. I wasn't missing anything. I had internet, hot and cold running water, every channel available on a TV in my hotel room. It was an amazing resort, right? But, to bring that to the masses, it's difficult with economic conditions and everything else. And yet you don't necessarily have to have people living that way, but you can certainly step up the living standards by just implementing some resources. And that's what I love about what All Rise does, is it brings that all together in a platform where people can say, oh, I can serve this need over here. And someone can say, hey, there's a tremendous need over here. Click on that and say, hey, we need some assistance with this. In fact, we saw 3 stray dogs in front of this cafe. And if they weren't there, I bet you there would have been more people coming into the cafe, things of that nature. Can you just touch on that for a second so people really understand what All Rise does?
Of course, I have a long experience also working in communities, Easy, where we had to, as a builder, I was contracted to do social projects, resolving. My presentation went off.
Oh, that's okay. You can leave it off, because we're going to have to get going here in just a second. But I just want you to touch on it verbally.
Okay, of course. So all of this burdens, we were contracted, and we did a great job bringing those projects perform in time. Other communities were seeing what we were doing, and they wanted the same. So that same situation we are going to create an explosion of growth with our race mission. I hope I'm answering your question, easy.
To an extent, and we'll certainly touch on more of this at another time. But Anna, I am so remarkably impressed with what this platform can do. The people that you've brought on board with this, the attention that you're garnering already in a community at large around the world that is saying, hey, here's a lady that's leading the charge with this. She has the background and understanding of all the needs. With your background in construction, public service, it's just amazing what you're able to do here. And when you put it into a platform like this, it really makes for a very attractive investment. So proud to be a part of this project, Anna. I'm sorry, did you want to finish with something?
Before I close,
Yeah.
you saw the market size.
Yes.
Our customer segment is for business. That's why the numbers are impressive and massive. I couldn't believe it myself. We were doing the calculation with the business expert, but that's what it is. That's the universe we have. And we are for business. But of course, we are connecting the dots. So all the galaxy of entities that are there helping with the burdens are contacted directly by the ones that are living the struggle. And that is why we have the world we have today. We are not connected, but we have technology.
Yes.
Today, what does technology does? Connection easy. And that's what the platform does. Thank you very much.
Excellent job. Well, I'll say it in Spanish. Muchísimas gracias, Ana. Un placer tenerla en nuestro programa. And I am really looking forward to seeing this platform get capitalized. So great job. Give her a round of applause. Excellent job. Okay, up next, we've got my good friend and colleague, John Bird. Would you bring him onto a spotlight here to the stage? Hey there, John. I don't know if the audio is coming through. Oh, you're muted. That's why. Your phone is on mute. Go ahead and. Let's see if I can do that here. Still can't hear you. There we go.
Hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Great to have you on here, John. I was so super stoked to share about my experience. Before you go into your presentation, I'm going to steal a little bit of your thunder, only because I've been experiencing this product myself. So I can't violate any HIPAA violations because it's my background. And I've been in my family, dealing with type 2 diabetes. It's something that's been on the radar, and I got to watch my weight and all that and everything. But some of the things that, we chatted about when we first met, you were like, your doctor is just not telling you the truth. And let me preface everything with, I'm not making any medical claims, nor is John. I'm just telling you my personal experience with using this product, Lysolin, number one, and it helps with the glucose support. And John, what I got to tell you is, while I'm not checking my A1C, I just know that being at 285 pounds at one time in the height of my weight, sitting at a desk ordering food on Wall Street and just never going from my desk and sitting on the phone for 12, 15 hours a day, I packed on the pounds. So what ended up showing up on the radar was diabetes, type 2 diabetes or adult onset diabetes. What is so remarkable about this product, John, is I've been using it now for, I want to say, like 4 or 5 weeks, somewhere in there. And I can tell the way that I feel, because anyone that has challenges with type 2 diabetes, what it feels like. And let me just tell you, I can't wait to see my doctor next month, because he's going to be like, what in the world are you doing? Not only do I feel better, I don't know if this has anything to do with weight loss. I'll let you share in a little while, but weight has come down. I don't understand what the chemistry behind all this is. All I know is that it works. I take this one little scoop every day. I took it this morning in a glass of water. It has a lemony, salty taste. It's great. And I just do the rest of my things that I do. And I'm excited about getting off of the things that I'm taking, because I don't like that how they make me feel. But John, I am so blessed to have known you. I'm already experiencing great results with this product. And I also want to touch on for a second, because you and I began collaborating on Lysolin first, and foolishly, when you were telling me about Wonder Spray, I was like, yeah, I don't think that the the market is really going to accept this as much as Lysolin. I was such an idiot because I started using Wonder Spray, which is a remarkable spray that you put on your body. I'm a wrestling coach, so I've got wrestlers all the time. There it is right there. I've got wrestlers that we have to be watchful of impetigo. My daughter, and here's what I'll tell you with this, and I'll let you go because I know we have a limited amount of time and I don't want to take all of your time here, but I'm just sharing my experiences and I'm excited. So my daughter, she does Krav Maga, she wrestles. So she was in the wrestling room on one Tuesday and a Thursday. We were having a tournament on Saturday. She came into the wrestling room on Friday. And then all of a sudden, Saturday morning, she had this little sore on her lip. And I said, oh, must be a cold sore. Let's spray some of this on it. So I spray Wonder Spray on there. But then there were another one showed up on her nose. I sprayed Wonder Spray on there as well. And then another one showed up here on her chin. So I sprayed some of that on there. So I'm just like, I'm thinking to myself, you know what? This looks like impetigo to me. However, when we told the doctor that this started showing up a couple days before we had even gone there, she said, really? What were you doing to control this? And and it's the Wonder Spray, because when my son had impetigo, he looked like a cheetah, went all over his head, down his neck and down his back. It was everywhere. It's like ringworm. But anyway, I'll stop there, John. As you can tell, I'm very excited with the products that you're bringing to market. I am telling you, when you get capitalized to heighten the visibility about what these products do, the both of them, and I know you're mainly going to be sharing on Lysolin, but we'll talk about Wonder Spray in depth at another time. I know you've been already talking to some of my clients in the vet industry and what that does as well. It's just remarkable. But folks, I'm excited about Dr. John Bird here and what he's going to be sharing, but would you help me welcome him and what he's going to be presenting on Lysolin? And if you care to share a little bit about Wonder Spray, absolutely. The floor is yours. Help me welcome my good friend and colleague, Dr. John Bird.
Well, thanks, Izzy. You're like the poster boy for both these products. I'm so happy we were met and that I was able to send you samples and that you've had such good success with them. So do I need to do my share screen here?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm sharing the screen. Okay, now I got to go over here, make this big, go to the presentation, slideshow. Okay. All right, well, I'm first going to be talking about Lysolin. And this is for blood sugar support. And we got we had to change our label. We used to say it was for diabetes and pre-diabetes, but the FDA didn't like that, so we changed it now where it says it's for blood sugar support, and it promotes healthy blood sugar, healthy A1C, and healthy insulin function. And Lysolin is the only product that targets the cause of insulin resistance and type 2 diabetes, and we have 7 issued patents. And we like to think of ourselves not just as a supplement company, but as a diabetes management company, although we have to be careful about talking about diabetes because the FDA wants to jump in our shorts all the time. So I'm going to tell you about why, what Lysolin is and why it works. And when it works great. It works for the majority of people that use it, and they'll see improvements in their blood sugar in 1 month or less. So the big points, and I used to be in venture capital myself, so I know what's needed, what investors want. And basically they want to see a huge market, which unfortunately there is. Diabetes is like a worldwide pandemic. It kills more people than COVID or anything else. And it's a huge market. And for diabetes and pre-diabetes, and we now have weight loss shakes with Lysolin in them that we just launched a while back. It's the first in this class of products. It's clinically proven. We've got published clinical studies that prove that it works. I'm not just making this up. And historically, supplements have a bad name because guys like me make these big claims without any data, but we've got plenty of data. And when I came up with the formulation, it was based on research that has been published about the 3 active ingredients, which are lysine, zinc, and vitamin C. We'll be talking about that more. So we've been selling products since 2018. We launched the product, our company in 2017, filed the patents. got the product made. We don't make the product. We use contract manufacturers here in the United States. And we've been selling more and more every year. And we just now got our product placed not at 500, but at 750 CVS stores and 250 Walmart stores. And that just started. And we've got an experienced team. I came with the background, I came from Dexcom, which is the world leader in continuous glucose monitoring for people with diabetes. And that product eliminates finger sticks, which is a big problem if you have diabetes, having to stick your finger all the time. Well, this is a little sensor you wear on your arm or your belly, and it transmits your radio transmits your glucose levels to your phone, so you know what your glucose level is all the time. And it's got high and low alarms, so make sure you don't have any problems. And we've got consultants that we work with that have been in the industry selling supplements for a long time, so they know what it's all about. We have a consultant that helps us with Amazon, and we've got a digital marketing group that's helping us now expand the awareness of the product through TV and radio ads and other press releases and the like. And as I mentioned, in that lower left-hand corner, we got a warning letter from the FDA that said we were making disease claims, which we have resolved that. We have a letter from them that's saying they're satisfied. So that FDA has been like the sword of Damocles hanging over my head since we launched the product, but now that's resolved. So that was previously, that's been an excuse that potential investors have used as to why they didn't want to invest because of FDA. Well, that's resolved. Here's the group that helps me run the company. As I said, I was the founder and CEO of Dexcom. It's now got a market cap of $44 billion. I started that company in 2000, went public in 2005 at 500 million, and now it's at 44 billion. And it's helping over 2 million people on the planet to improve their blood sugar. I've published a lot of articles. I've got 35 issued patents. I was inducted into the American Association of Clinical Chemistry Hall of Fame back in 2005. And my education is a bachelor's degree in biochemistry, a master's and PhD in biochemistry from the University of Wisconsin. Michael Walsh is the chairman. He's got a lot of experience. He and I worked together for 30 years.
Co-founders of NGOs.
Say again?
Co-founders of NGOs.
I was the founder of Leishulin, and I invited Michael Walsh and Mike Beezer, both guys I worked with before, and they really are experienced in startups and making money with startup companies. And then on the marketing side, John Haslam, he worked for Nature Aid and Herbalife. Juliet worked at Slim Fast, and Ricardo is on the marketing team managing the Amazon account, which we had a lot of trouble. When we got that FDA letter, Amazon and Walmart.com kicked us off their site. And even though it's been resolved, once you get kicked off, it's really difficult to get back on. But we're back on now with a strategy selling the product. So let's see, I don't know how to get rid of that. Okay, so it's effective. It's patented, 7 patents. It's available in capsules, tablets, liquid, once a day powder, and also weight loss shakes. The essential ingredients are lysine, zinc, and vitamin C. And all 3 of these have independently been shown to help with managing blood sugar and insulin function. But, and this is an important cartoon at the bottom here. Without Leishulin, this is a protein. All the proteins in your body react with glucose to form glycated protein. And when you do that, you've changed the structure of that protein with this glycation, and therefore you've changed the way it functions. and it doesn't function right anymore. And that's what leads to all the complications. However, when you take Lysholin, the glucose now can either react with the protein or it can react with the lysine in Lysholin. And when it reacts with the lysine, it forms glycated lysine, which you just excrete in your urine. So you stop that reaction from happening. Again, I'm not making this up. There's published literature, scientific literature, that proves that lysine and Lysholin stops protein glycation, the cause of all the problems, insulin resistance and type 2 diabetes. See here. Okay, so one of the studies we published is with pre-diabetes, and the conclusions were that Lysholin improves beta cell function, which is the cell in your pancreas that makes insulin. It improves insulin resistance. Sorry. It reduces A1C. It helps your fasting blood sugar, and it lowers, in this
We lost your audio, John. You're on mute again.
okay. Can you hear me again?
You're back.
Okay, so you can see the conclusions, great conclusions, and the progression to type 2 diabetes is slowed or reversed the progression from type pre-diabetes to type 2 diabetes. In the placebo group, 25% went on to develop type 2. Only 7% of the Lysholin group went on to develop type 2 diabetes. And as I said, it works for the majority of people. It doesn't work for everyone for reasons we don't understand. But most drugs don't work for everybody. So, okay, and then we just launched a shake that gives you the possibility of weight loss and improvement in your diabetes therapy. We have chocolate and vanilla, very tasty. So, lowers A1C, it's all natural, no carbohydrates. It's available over the counter at just $1 a day. We also sell an A1C home test kit. This is the test your doctor runs to see how your diabetes is being managed. Okay. Oops. So primarily we're business to consumer. We sell direct to consumers, focusing on digital sales channels like Facebook and Instagram and TikTok and the like. But we are now in, it says 70, it's 750 CVS stores and 250 Walmart stores. So we're hoping that that will get the word out even better than it has so far. So the big milestone since we launched the product, we last year we did 618,000. This year we're not going to do quite $1 million because of the grief we had with the Amazon and Walmart. But next year we should be EBITDA positive. And as I mentioned, we got all these different products that have Lysholin in them. The channels were digital marketing, and now we're in 1,000 CVS and Walmart stores. And I think that Lysholin can also help people that have chronic kidney disease. And I'm working with a local physician here at Scripps to prove this. I have a patent on using Lysholin to improve kidney function. So we've got 7 issued patents. The company's been funded by friends and family, mostly me, with money from my Dexcom, but I'm eager to have some other investors help me. And that's why Izzy is helping me with financing. And here's their financial projections, the usual story. And next year we should be EBITDA positive and going up to 2 million. That's a 20% EBITDA on 10 million in sales in 2025. with Izzy's help and your help, we'll get there. So we're raising up to 5 million, and we're shooting for 2 to 3 million will get us to profitability, and to get to a run rate of over, close to $10 million to get profitable. And we basically will use most of this money for sales and marketing. We also have to buy product, do the clinical studies, and we have administrative costs like lawyers and the like that cost a fortune. So that's the Leishman story. So.
And it is a remarkable one at that. Thank you so much for presenting that, John. I am so excited about this, as you can tell already. With the recent launch here with CVS, which CVS is in Target stores, right?
No, they're everywhere. I mean, they have their own independent.
Well, I know
stores,
being
so,
from New York myself, they have brick and mortar locations, but I believe that they're located in Target stores as well. I think I've seen them branded in there. So obviously elevating the visibility. And one of the questions that I would love to ask, and I think this would be great for investors to know that'll be watching now live and the recording. But given the world that we live in, John, and you can stop sharing here, let's just spotlight you, and we'll stop that. Okay. Given the world that we live in, John, where the food that we eat, let's throw quotes around food, because some of it can't, I don't believe, be categorized as food, but somehow it is by the FDA, and yet they're challenging you with some of the things that you're doing to help people. It's just beyond me. I believe diabetes is a pandemic. I also believe, I'm not a conspiracy theory guy, but it is what it is. If we can figure out, there you go. If we can figure out how to conquer COVID in a handful of months, how in the world have we not been able to figure out how to conquer diabetes? I just don't think Big Pharma wants us to. However, that aside for a second, because I don't want people to attack me as like this conspiracy theory guy. But what if you don't have type 1 or type 2 diabetes? It's been in your family history, the family tree, if you will. Wouldn't it be smart? I'm just thinking logically here. Wouldn't it be smart if you're in your late 20s, 30s, or whatever, to maybe start a regimen of this if you know that in your family you have the propensity of seeing adult onset diabetes, maybe from poor diet, the world that we live in today with all the things that are filled with carbs and everything else. Can you speak to that a second, that people, I think, could just start adding this into their daily routine?
Yeah, it can hurt, and it will help. I mean, it will prevent, pre-diabetes and diabetes, type 2 diabetes, if it works for you. And, really the best medicine is food. If you can get off of carbohydrates and lower your calories, that's the best thing you can do for your health. But in addition to that, you can take Leishman, and it will improve your insulin function. And even people with type 1 diabetes, which is an autoimmune disease where they make no insulin, they have to shoot insulin every day. It can help them too. I've got a lot of people with type 1 diabetes that use the product, and their insulin resistance is improved, which means they need less insulin, and insulin's expensive. So it's so useful. It has virtually no side effects, and it works. It's proven. It's published. So.
I know we've been taking up a lot of time on this, but I just want you to also speak to really quickly, take a couple, 3 minutes related to Wonder Spray, because you moved into this market as well. And this is just sort of a precursor to what we're going to be talking about here. End of January, we'll have you featured on there. But Wonder Spray, I've been using it, as I mentioned, and I know you were going to be shipping me some for the wrestlers as well. We're going to have that in the wrestling room, and we're excited about that. But how did you stumble across this? What ended up coming about? How does this stuff work? Just take maybe 3 to 5 minutes tops, and then we're going to move on to our next presenter, which is, who's up next, Dan? Let's see.
Duncan's up next.
Duncan. Duncan, you are up next. Okay. So Duncan,
Yeah.
if you wouldn't mind graciously just waiting while John just shares a little bit about this, it's exciting.
Yeah, actually, Wonderspray came about because when I launched Leishman, I went to LinkedIn, and everybody that had anything to do with diabetes, I introduced them to Leishman. And one of the guys that responded was a podiatrist, and he saw a lot of people with wounds that didn't heal properly. That's the problem with diabetes. And he told me about this amazing product, which was called the, what did he call it? Oh, I can't think of the name of it off the top of my head. But basically, it was a little gun that shot a spray of saline using ultrasonic sound to generate the spray. And he said he got miraculous results with it. It's called the Ultra Mist. That was it. So I contacted the CEO of Ultra Mist, who's a Russian engineer, and I said, "How much does one of your units cost?" He said, $30,000. I said, "Well, I can't afford that. No wonder people don't know about it. It's cost too expensive. Let's make a low-cost version." And he said, "No, it's the parts are too expensive, and I've got 50 patents." And I said, "Well, okay." So he sent me an email a couple weeks later. Said, "Well, for $3.5 million, I'll give you non-exclusive rights to one of my patents." And I said, "Well, I don't have $3.5 million, but I'll pay for the development of a prototype. You make it, we both sell it, and I'll pay you a royalty to pay for the $3.5 million." He said, "No, I'm not interested." So I went to Alibaba and I looked for nebulizers, and I found one. This is what one looks like.
Yeah.
Basically, you just put, so I ordered a few of them and sent them to a lab to see if it would kill bacteria. And 2 weeks later, I got some bad news and some good news. The bad news was the ultrasound that generates the mist from this little mister was not strong enough. But at the same day, I got a email from a wound healing organization I belong to, and they said introduction to hypochlorous acid, HOCl. And I thought, wow, this stuff sounds amazing. So I ordered some, and I sent it up to the lab. A week later, they said it kills everything in 15 seconds. And it's what your white blood cells use to kill all germs, bacteria, virus, yeast, mold, and fungus. And it's on the EPA list for COVID-19. So a doctor actually said that the stabilization of HOCl may be the biggest medical discovery since the discovery of penicillin. And I'll tell you,
Wow.
It's amazing. In addition to wound healing, as you know, it's also good for all of these problems with your skin. And it was voted #1 new skin product by Women's Fitness Magazine. And it's powerful, but it's safe and non-toxic. And it's used for all kinds of skin problems, allergy symptoms by another mechanism. It helps with allergy symptoms. If you have a pink eye or eye irritation, my wife uses it for that, and several people have used it for that. If you go to the dentist, after the dentist, you can spray it in your mouth and on your gums. It's good for pain relief as well as to prevent infection. And that's bad if you get an infection after you go to the dentist. And the list just keeps growing and growing on what it can be used for. And it's available at low cost. We sell the 2-ounce bottle for $15 and the 8-ounce bottles for $25. We also sell foggers, which you can use to fog your home, office, and car to keep it deodorized and disinfected, sanitized. And it's a great deodorant as well. And if something smells, it's because there's bacteria. If you have bad breath, that's because you got bacteria growing on your gum line. So that's Wonderspray. That's another separate company. I'm the founder of that company as well. And there's not a group of old timers. It's just me, and basically with consultants and a webmaster running the company. So I'm glad you like
John, it's remarkable. It's remarkable.
So
and I told you the night and day difference with my son last year, my senior now, who got impetigo. I'm not kidding you. It literally looked like a leopard spots going all over his face, his head. And he was on the pill and the cream that they prescribed for him for that. And it took almost he wasn't allowed to wrestle for 2 weeks until it was gone. My daughter
Yeah.
was using Wonder Spray when it first showed up. It showed up in a couple of different spots. So I was concerned that it was impetigo and went to the doctor. We used both the cream and the pill, but this was gone, her impetigo, in probably after taking that pill in 4 or 5 days, whereas my other son, it just kept spreading. So I really believe Wonder Spray in conjunction with that, it really helped. I was absolutely astounded. So
I get testimonies from people all the time that call me with these incredible stories about how it's helped them. This one woman said she'd been housebound for 30 years because she had such bad acne and scarring on her face. And she just called me weeping, saying how it helped her and how great it was. So that makes me keep going. I'll tell you, they can't beat that.
I'm going to be connecting you and Dr. Langdon here soon. Dr. Kimberly Langdon with her device. You didn't see her earlier. You weren't on, but she has something for vaginal yeast infection. And I want you guys to speak. It's remarkable when you bring people together like this. So I'm so humbled and honored to be a part of these projects. I'm really, really excited. So thank you so much.
It will help with yeast infections. Yeah, that's great. Thanks.
Well,
Izzy.
men get it as well, as I was educated by Dr. Langdon. I didn't know that men can get yeast infection. I don't know where they would get that, but apparently they can. So, but anyway, thank you so much, Dr. Bird. And I'm so looking forward to seeing your company capitalized as well. So give him a warm round of applause. Great job on that, Dr. Bird. Okay, up next, we have got Duncan Burns with the Veggie Dome, or now I know we've been talking about some rebranding of things, and I'll let you share on that. But Duncan, you as well. I use your product. It's in my home. I started using it during COVID. You know my story, where we would do these little ice cream events, and I would fill the dishes with all the toppings and stuff like that, from chocolate chips to gummy worms and bears and all the different sprinkles and things like that. And normally my little guy would come and grab a handful of that. But much to my surprise, when I was getting that all prepared for that evening for this our ice cream time together during COVID, we would do this like once a week and gathered. No surprise why I packed on the COVID-19 pounds. But needless to say, he reached for the vegetables that were in the Veggie Dome. And you probably 2 weeks before said, Izzy, the reason why your kids aren't eating fruits and vegetables as much as they should is because they're hidden in the refrigerator, turning into a soupy mess. That's all I'm going to say. Otherwise, it steals too much thunder from you, Duncan. But I'm astounded by this revolutionary product that's going to be sweeping the nation here in every kitchen counter, I believe. So would you help me welcome my good friend and colleague, Duncan Burns? Go ahead and hit him with it, Duncan.
Thank you, Izzy. Thanks for that introduction. And it reminds me of my old story of taking a bunch of kids, like 7 or 8 8-year-olds, boys, to a bowling alley. And I wanted them to eat healthy. And what I did was I packed a whole bunch of washed vegetable, like carrot sticks and celery and radishes and stuff like that. And I put them out on the table at the bowling alley. And the kids gobbled them up. And what it really comes down to is there's this odd belief that, oh, kids don't like vegetables. That's hard. It takes forever to get them to eat them. You know what? If you have them in front of you, then that makes it so that they start eating them and grabbing them. I'm going to make a quick adjustment there. I'm going to share my screen. And what happens is the Veggie Dome is an invention that I did 15 years ago, and I used it with my family. We just used it for 10 years. And I realized that nobody was using this idea. It is somewhat simple, but I'll go ahead and share my screen here and we'll be able to take off. Veggie Dome is something that I have developed over, as I said, a 15-year period, but really it's as a company, it's 4 or 5 years old. I'm the guy who wanted my kids to be able to eat more vegetables. I know that when they came home from school, there's a box of crackers, they eat it up, and 5 minutes later, they're hungry again. It really wasn't good for them. It's whatever's out on the table, whatever out on the counter, that's fair game to eat. I wanted to make it so that there would be fresh vegetables out on the table, but of course they'd be wilted after a whole school day. And I solved the problem, but I solved more than just a snack problem. The problems that I solved was that we're wasting 40% of the vegetables that we put in our fridge. That is over $100 a month per household in America. We're just buying vegetables in the store that are beautiful, and then they turn into what you see in that picture right there is this soupy mess that's in the fridge that you discover, oh, that's right, the salad pack is opened up and it's all messed up. The refrigerator wasn't designed for vegetables. It was designed for cooling meat and dairy products and keeping things cold. And vegetables do, in fact, slow down their growth in cold weather, but it's a very harsh environment in the refrigerator. It's going to kill them. The other thing is that it puts it out on the table so that it's out of sight. Now we're putting it in sight. It's out of mind. We're bringing it in mind because it's out on the kitchen table. 90% of Americans don't eat the recommended daily amount of fruits and vegetables that's recommended by the CDC. Guys, that's only 10% of the population are eating the right number of fruits and vegetables. And that's what's causing such a problem with heart disease, with type 2 diabetes, with many other types of diseases. We're just not feeding our bodies properly, folks. The solution, bring it out onto the table, put it on the counter. And that's what this device, which looks very simple, but actually it's using the biology of the plants to keep them fresh. And I'll explain it more on another slide here. I've got a couple slides that are extra. I'm going to flip through them if you don't mind. This is the one that is me in 1970 growing orchids in a greenhouse in the backyard that my brother and I built. I learned that tropical plants that grow on trees, as you can see, they're up on a branch there. They are drinking water not from their roots as much as through their leaves. So I thought, flash forward 30 years later, if I'm trying to keep things fresh, maybe vegetables and fruit can keep fresh with moisture that they drink through their leaves. So I devised this container that protects the vegetables and keeps it in a space where the moisture from the vegetables and fruit stays inside. So they're creating their own natural environment that they can live in. That's the thing. People talk about how long does it keep it fresh? Folks, it's keeping it alive in there. And what happens is in the fridge, you get refrigerator burn, bags open up, you spoil the lettuce, and all these types of things are happening. Inside the Veggiedome, the vegetables, again, are producing their own wonderful moist environment that they are creating. You don't have to add any new extra water. You just wash them, drop them in there. And the lid that I made so that my kids could reach in and grab the food actually allows the ethylene gas also to escape, which is a growth hormone. So I'm going to keep going here. This is the thing. This is a new device for the kitchen. What else is the best thing to be able to manufacture and be able to make a huge profit on is the new thing for the kitchen. We're right now got all these plastic boxes and containers that might be glass with a lid on it that's aerodynamically sealed. Gosh, in the United States, we're so interested in aerodynamically sealing stuff. If I had had the money to make it aerodynamically sealed when I first made my beta version, I wouldn't have had the success that I had because the ethylene leaks out. But also, this lid is really loose and it allows the kids or people and yourself to just reach in and grab for the carrots. You don't need to use two hands to open it up. You just have one hand and take the lid, pull off, grab and go your vegetables or your fruit that you want to eat. That's a huge thing because it makes it accessible. We have to think about that it's more of a cornucopia of vegetables on your table. It's a much more positive and beautiful vision than a closed up piece of plastic that's in the refrigerator that you only look at it as if you're getting something else. We want to have an easy grab and easy use device that's out on the kitchen table. So I'm going to just say one thing. We ran a successful Indiegogo. We sold to 800 customers in 45 days. the main thing that I learned in the Indiegogo is that we were able to sell to 47 of the continental US states. I thought it was going to go to California or in New York and maybe Oregon, but no, almost all the states ordered Veggiedome in 45 days. Why? Because people want a way in which they can handle their vegetables better and eat healthier. And so we've sold them at $59.99. We're going to try to bring that price down a bit, although we're going to make it a high quality piece that's for your house. Now I'm going to go back to the main screen here, and I want to see if I can join up with Izzy at some point, because there's a discussion going on about what type of product this is really. It's just normal in terms of wanting national retail for a consumer product, being able to sell it online in Amazon. But we have actually other avenues which we can make profit on this device. One of the things is we are right now in negotiations with 3 different companies that want to license it. So that's going to be income to my company just through licensing, and I won't have to manufacture those. We are going to be making 15,000 units. The companies are even talking about doing 30,000 units this year. So this is something that we're going to be able to make money on. But also there are social causes that we can use in terms of fundraising. Let's say for the American Diabetes Association, they want to do a fundraiser. They're not going to be selling chocolate cookies because it's not good for the Diabetes Association. But the thing is, we've got some chats going on here. Not see. Okay, good. The idea of social causes and fundraising is that they sell to their clients, to their customers, something that's actually going to help their household eat healthier because it's got vegetables and fruit out on the table. That's a win. They raise money because they're selling through a fundraiser, and we might not be making as much profit on the fundraising versions because we're going to make it so that our costs are covered, that they make money on their fundraising, but then the customer has something that's benefited in their house. Win on this one. Social causes is going to make it so that they're in houses so that people can be able to see them. It spreads the word of this new device. And also we'll be able to have it on QVC. It's a perfect visual product for QVC. One thing that I want to point out is that there's a current trend going on, a healthy purpose. There's a purpose for this invention. The purpose is that it gets vegetables out on the table for daily consumption. And it shows the people, your household, oh, we got carrots, we got celery, you start eating it up instead of hiding it in the refrigerator. Now, they're the people that are on this page. On one side, we have there's huge leaders of in sports, in filmmaking, including James Cameron, the director who made Game Changers, a movie that you guys really should see, Game Changers. Okay. Well, this is part of that movement. And there are a huge number of doctors, tens of thousands of doctors who are switching towards trying to make their patients eat more vegetables and fruit instead of giving them prescriptions for 20, 30 pills a week to be able to keep going and live in really a degraded a way in which they're still suffering, but just taking pills. These ways in which doctors are, through the Plantrition Project, through the Food Revolution Network, through Plant Pure Nation, there's a huge number of groups that are going this direction. Guess what? We have the stage for the vegetables and fruit to be out on the table. We have the utility patent for this movement to have a tool to allow their clients and their customers to be able to have a change in the household. The reason why I've got this slide up is because this is all about medical. This is all about health-oriented and healers. Guess what? There are actually 6 multi-billion-dollar industries that can use these as for their clients: nutritionists, weight loss coaches, pro athlete trainers and athletic trainers, and the healthcare industry that I mentioned earlier. This isn't just a housewares product. This isn't just a really cool thing for the kitchen. This isn't just the new thing for the kitchen. This is actually a tool or a way in which all of these leaders and these people that are in our community who are trying to help us be healthier, lose weight, be more athletic, can use as part of their program. Hey, take this Veggie-Dome, fill it up on Sunday afternoon. By Tuesday or Wednesday, you should have emptied it and eaten up the ingredients and put up a new batch. Rinse and recycle, just keep this thing going. You know what happens is, and I'm going to come off of the share for a second and just say, when people utilize this actively, everything that they put in there are the vegetables and fruit that they're going to be eating over the next couple of days. This isn't just, oh, I'm storing it. How long does it store? Does it store longer than the refrigerator? It's equivalent to the refrigerator in some ways, but it's better because it's out on the table. Because you have it out on your table, you eat it. In my household, my Veggie-Dome, I go for 7-8 months with vegetables being put in there with zero waste. Why? Because when I put it in there, it gets eaten up. And by the way, after a couple of days, maybe, or 5 or 6 days that it's been in there, I go, okay, well, I'll put it in the soup, or I'll cook with it, or I'll eat it in the salad. You see it and you utilize it. 100% consumption from Veggie-Domes that are out on the table. This is if you're active. If you're trying to figure out, let's put this in there and see how long it lasts, it becomes a science experiment, okay? Fine, I understand. But what you're really using this for is not storing vegetables, which is why you might put it in the refrigerator. No, this is vegetables that you're going to be eating. It's a different dialogue. You don't buy vegetables to store them. You buy vegetables to eat them. This helps you do that. So this is what I'm going to describe for the Veggie-Dome. I've described the product, I've described the market, I've described the focus of consumers, and there's certainly a trend going on that we're going to be able to help in terms of, we're going to be helped by in our marketing, that this trend is going to have a new tool. This is the new thing. This is the new thing for the kitchen. It's incredible to be able to do that. Now I'm going to flip over to the business side. How do you make money on consumer products? By selling a lot of them. That's it. And the idea is, how can you make a lot of them? This is such a simple device. I've been able to make them now. I've used to be making them for $14, $15 a piece. I've been able to now get it down to $10 a piece. If we can make these for $10 a piece and sell them for $45, we're going to be able to make a profit. We're going to be able to make a profit on making a lot of them, and being able to, and the manufacturing is not that hard. I was able to make it from this Indiegogo campaign. That was a beta version, I must admit. Now we've got an improved version. Now we've got a better supplier who's going to make it a higher quality. In terms of the investment, I'm going to go back to now the chart here, share the screen, and see if it goes. There we go. Let's keep going on this. We've got advisors on board. I've got, over the last couple of years, strategic partnerships that I've formed with people that are, let me tell you, heavyweights in their field. Dr. David Katz, 1 million followers on LinkedIn. He's got 2 Veggie-Domes. He and his wife love it, but I'm not going to play that card until we have the Veggie-Domes being mass produced. Then he puts the word out that this is part of his methodology as a nutritionist. Great. But here we go again. John Sally, who is 4-time NBA champion, he's on board as not only an advisor, but he wants to be actively involved in making the videos for it and getting it out on the social media. He's got a Rolodex that is amazing, folks. He's got a lot of folks in Hollywood lined up. And let me tell you, every time I talk to a leader of their community, that say, this is advice that's going to make it so that vegetables are out on the counter and households are going to be having potentially more better health and better diet, and it actually looks kind of nice, it looks pretty. Yeah, I'm on board. Everybody I've talked to, who's potentially either as a person who wants to be involved with the company or wants to be an influencer, they're on board. It's not like I'm making, the next tennis shoe or the next hoodie or something like that. There's so many out there. This is a product with a purpose, and it can be manufactured and replicated so that we can make a lot of them. And with the utility patent on board, I'm in good shape. With the European patent already in place, I'm in good shape. We've got IP that's already fixed and already achieved. Royston King is involved also. He's an amazing guy. And so I'll talk to you more about the advisors. Izzy, of course, with a capital raise, he's been a great experienced guide. And Joseph Tafoya, including the NFL folks that I've talked to. There is a sports contingency, there's a medical contingency, there's a housewares contingency that are interested in helping this product help others in the country. We've got a great management team. I'm not going to stay on it too long. Trevor Anderson is amazingly proactive and gets to dealing with problems before they even happen. He's got an amazing experience. Phil Nardell, my CFO, has worked with multiple corporations, and Pat Fiore, who brings category creators into the market. And this is one of these category creators that is going to make a difference in people's households. In terms of our company, we are raising $1 million. I know this is not like a specific numbers that are being described here, but you can see the types of partitions are scaled inventories, taking the majority of what we're going to be investing. We're going to have a go-to-market campaign, which is a full-on campaign, which we haven't done before because we've been testing out this beta version. We've been selling it in home and garden shows. We've been selling it online. But the use of funds, as you can see, is very reasonable, understandable that we're going to be making new molds and then making inventory. That's what the company is. It's a simple type of thing. We're making it in terms of 15,000 units this first year. We're going to triple the number each year and be able to also have income coming in from the licensing agreements, especially when this starts being seen on tables across the nation. We're going international. We've got interest in the UK, Germany, Denmark, and Australia. So as I was saying, the funding that we're interested in is the $1 million. Let me tell you, if you get involved with this company and we put in the $1 million and begin the manufacturing of the VegiDome, I'm going to come off of the screen now and let's get personal. You invest the money. It is a simple type of product, and we don't have all of these various materials to worry about, or electronics or digital things that are involved with it. It is something that sits out on the table. It makes a difference immediately when you do it. You load the vegetables in, you put it on the table, the kitchen changes. It's like if I was going over to Izzy's house and we're having dinner and they have a wonderful house, and I'm going to come over and I'll bring them a bouquet of flowers. Okay. And then Izzy goes, oh, that's beautiful. If he puts it out in a vase on the table in the living room, it lights up the room. Everything hits off of the natural colors, and it becomes something that literally changes the living room because of the beauty of the flowers. But Izzy goes and takes the vase and he puts it in the refrigerator. That's what we're doing right now with our vegetables. We're putting it in the refrigerator. Yes, it's going to stay a long time. The flowers that I brought him for dinner are going to stay nicely in the refrigerator for a while. But what's happening is we're doing the wrong thing with our food, and therefore we're throwing it away. We're not eating it. This is a solution that can make a big difference. And in some way, it's a celebration of the good things that you can eat for in the day. You are really getting into a daily habit of seeing and enjoying something that is a positive thing to your health and for your family. Izzy, any comments? Because we really do think that as we get this money raised, and we've got a letter of intent coming next week, we're going to be able to have these licensing deals starting up. This is a momentum that we want to carry through, but we have to get it going now, December, January of this year, because as we order it through 2023, we want to be able to have the delivery of the order by late spring, early summer. Because why? It'll be on the shelves. We can begin selling it. We have them go to market in place for the holiday season of 2023. We're going to knock it out of the park and sell the first batch that way immediately. Izzy?
Well, as Tom had just mentioned here in the comments, Duncan, you sure have upped your game. What an amazing presentation. Great job. I am so excited about Veggie Dome and the direction that it's going in. You know, when you have greats like John Sally, you know, you mentioned that he is not only a multi-time championship NBA star, but he's also in the space of elevating the visibility of the importance of eating fruits and vegetables on a daily basis. He's got some fantastic restaurants in the Southern California area where he specializes in that. I know you've been to those and some of the launches and things like that.
It's his mission,
friend of yours.
He actually testified in the Senate to try to bring more vegetables and fruit into schools across the nation. It's a mission of his. Yeah.
Yes, I recognize that. And what a great job he's doing with that, elevating that visibility and having this on kitchen counters and tables. It just makes sense. And, you know, what's fascinating to me is when you put out what the French call a crudité, right? Is that the right pronunciation?
Right.
With the fruits and vegetables on the table? When you put out a crudité, all of a sudden everyone thinks people are coming over, right? When you're making dinner, no one's assuming that anyone's coming over, but it's just that we have the propensity to just think about all the other foods except fruits and vegetables. Why that is, I don't know. It's become more of a staple in our household. And in fact, having wrestlers and high level sports athletes like my kids, they always pack the celery, the peanut butter, fresh fruits and vegetables. And what do? They go right into the Veggie Dome first and grab it out of there. So this has become a part of our lifestyle. This is a lifestyle change that people are going to be making, in my opinion. And Veggie Dome is just a great accoutrement. Not only is it a great gift, but it's a great staple to have on the kitchen counter. So, Duncan, great job. You want to wrap up with something? Go ahead.
Well, just one more thing is I want to tell you about the momentum of the sales of this is that not only is it really visual, like for QVC and that type of thing, but actually every individual salesperson that I've dealt with, they're very happy to work with it. You know why? Because if they make a sale, they feel that they've actually helped that person in their household. Yeah. And it's actually a very fun, beautiful thing.
Absolutely. Great job, Duncan. One last thing that I'll mention is I want to make sure that the investors that are watching or listening to the recording, they understand that we're not like cutting our teeth with this capital, trying to figure out if this is going to work. We test piloted this, and every state in the country purchased a Veggie Dome. It was represented in every single state in the United States. Duncan, what I will tell you is once this is capitalized and we heighten the visibility, there is no doubt in my mind that you're going to see explosive sales because people want this. You've been holding the reins saying, no, I can't bring this to market. Yes, I know you want it. Yes, I know you want to market this. Yes, I know you want to distribute this, but I need the capital to make sure I have enough of these, right, to facilitate that demand. We've seen that happen before. And I'll tell you what, the harder thing is creating the demand and then bringing in the product, right? You've already done the heavy lifting. The demand is there. Now we just need the capital to supply that demand. So great job. Excellent job, Duncan. Give him a round of applause. We're going to bring up our next presenter. Who do we got, Dan? Go ahead and spotlight them.
Mark's up next.
Okay. Mark Canteri. Let's go ahead and spotlight Mark. Are you there, Mark? Mark, you've got to put on your video for us to be able to spotlight you. If you can hear me. You're on mute. There you go.
I'm unmuted.
Yep, I can hear you. I can hear you now. You're off mute. You got to turn on your video for us to be able to spotlight you.
One second. I'm kind of winging this.
Well, you're not winging anything. I'm going to chat a little bit about the exciting product that you're bringing to market.
Okay.
This is something that's brand new. And the whole reason why I wanted to get you on here for just a little bit, Mark, and we're not going to take a tremendous amount of time because this is very simple to understand. And this is just a precursor to what we'll be launching here at the end of January on your next presentation. So folks, if you know anything about the construction industry like I do, and Dan, are we able to spotlight Mark? Do you have your video on, Mark?
I do.
Okay, there we go. So go ahead and spotlight Mark. Okay, there's Mark. Mark, what's
Hello.
behind you there? A manatee?
It's like a background thing of the manatee from Florida.
Okay, well, I know you're located in Florida. Mark, you've got a deep construction background, and I immediately took to a liking to not only you, the people surrounded by you, the investor that came on board here, and what you're doing with your product. Very simple to understand. So Mark, having an extensive background in construction and plumbing in particular, one of the most frustrating things when you're doing a bathroom renovation is when you get rid of the toilet bowl, you've got this flange on there that has these bolts, okay? So when you have these bolts, they go right through. Can you just show them quickly what that looks like, Mark?
I can. So this is the standard flange that's installed on the floor of your house. And your toilet then sits above this and gets bolted to it. This is a standard bolt with just a flat oval head on it. So as you place it in the guide and slide it around, when you go to install the toilet and it's blind, if you bend this, it comes right out as you see. So if you accidentally push this when you're putting the toilet down, it'll pop out. But you don't know
Been there,
this
done that.
it's blind. So then when you go put the nut on it and you try to tighten it, it never tightens because the bolt's spinning. It's not in the guide. It goes all over the place. So I did is invented a bolt that looks like this. So it's got the same flat little bottom. It's got two little edges on it that weld together. And then it slides in. And when it slides in the groove, if you could see, those pieces are on either side. So that does two things, two purposes. One, it stops this bolt from ever spinning. It'll never spin. Number two is, I'm a pretty strong guy and you're never going to pull that through. So when I'm tightening this nut down, I don't think there's going to be any accidents whatsoever. You're never going to have to pull your toilet back up. Go, oh darn, I messed up my wax ring while I was doing this. Now I got to go buy a new wax ring. My install is becoming a real pain in the butt. I should have hired somebody. You know, all of these things become much easier when you use the bolt that I invented to solve all these problems.
So Mark, let me ask you this, you know, related to what people are doing now with bathroom renovations and things like that. Let's say that already exists and they just want to switch out their toilet bowl. Can you just speak to that a second, how difficult that is when you just lift out the toilet bowl? Maybe the wax ring needs to be replaced. That's typically what I would do if I'm doing a bathroom renovation or anything like that. And then those bolts start to wiggle around, okay? So this doesn't have to be with a new construction situation. Now you're going to sit your brand new toilet bowl on top of there. Go ahead and kind of explain what happens there.
So as you, number one, you decide, hey, listen, we want a new toilet. The other ones, they have higher versions now. We're getting a little older. We want to not have to sit so low. So you go buy a new toilet. As you first go to take off the white caps on the side of the toilet that hide the top of the bolts and nut, then all of a sudden you put your wrench on your nut and the nut starts spinning. Well, and spinning and spinning and spinning, and it's not coming off. Why? Because the bolt inside is turning. So if the bolt is turning and you can't get the nut off, how are you ever going to take the toilet off? You can't. So your only solution is to cut it off. So you either try to cut it off with a hacksaw, sawzall, anything, whatever you may use could start to do two things: damage your toilet bowl or break it. So now you went from having a little bit of trouble to a whole lot of trouble. So then with my bolt, you'll never have that problem. It doesn't matter how long my bolt is in there, and if it's rusted, those two little ears that I have on it stop it from twisting, so it'll never spin. So even backing it out, you can always take this nut off. So even if you just want to change your toilet bowl, you could easily do so by using my bolt. You pick up the toilet, take the nut off, pick up the toilet, switch out your wax ring, put my new bolts in there, and go ahead and install. When you install, my bolt won't twist all the way to the side and pop out of the guide. It'll never do that because of those ears. It doesn't allow it to. The other ones, as you saw, that had a totally flat top and nothing to stop it, is why I could pull it through. Then you have mine, and it has the other flanges on it, which are perpendicular to this. So when it's perpendicular, it's twice holding on. So my ears, or I call them ears, my ears are holding in the guide, and the flat oval part is at the bottom, and it's still holding in here. So there's two ways that my bolt is holding on to this flange compared to the old standard ones. Even if you get it to work, there's only one way, and you don't know which way that is at the bottom because you can't see inside there. It's blind. So it could be like this, and if it's like this and you sit on your toilet, here's your bolt. You could actually sit on your toilet, just move it a little bit, and this bolt could come right out. So that is a big issue. I hear that from people who have family members that might have a little weight problem. I hear it from people whose kids don't, they don't do anything softly. They just drop down on the toilet, run in there, gotta go, jump down on the toilet, and all of a sudden the toilet's loose. So,
Yeah.
I mean, these are daily problems that pop up. When you think about it, there's over 10 million toilets sold every year, or every day, I believe, or every month. I'm not sure which one they are.
Yeah, the numbers numbers are looked at were annually, and what was exciting about that is immediately when you presented this to an investor that they jumped right in. We're right now building out some things for you to start getting the minimal monies that you need for number one, to get this in front of distributors, do some marketing and everything else. We talked about a few $100,000 that are going to be necessary for a bit of a stretch of a run for you to do that. But I can tell you right now, based on some of the numbers that Dan started putting together with the millions of toilet bowls that are sold every single year, this is going to be just something that I can see the Kohlers of the world just taping to the bottom of their toilet bowl and making sure that's secured into place. And what I expect seeing in the future is someone wanting to have some kind of exclusivity with you. I've seen this happen before with other companies before, where they start off with a small, maybe 24 to 36 month exclusivity type of arrangement with somebody in distribution. Then it builds other foot traffic, because what's going to happen if, let's say, a Home Depot or a Lowe's signs an exclusive with you for carrying these bolts for, I don't know, 3 years or something like that? Well, someone's going to say, well, those bolts are only available there, so I'm going to get the toilet bowl there, the wax ring there, the whole kit, everything that I need, right? So this helps with those sales. So what will end up happening is incrementally, we have no doubt that you'll be able to ratchet those up a few cents here and there. And then what ends up happening, all of a sudden you're a household name, right? And you can only get it in these stores. And that's so exciting about this, because it's simple to understand, especially for investors to just say, hey, listen, this guy just needs capital so this thing gets manufactured, and he has those to fly off the shelves with distributors. So why don't you speak a little bit about your background and how you see how these guys throw them on the trucks, everything that they need. They go into these supply houses and things like that, and literally tens of thousands of dollars in inventory every single month, with just on the commercial side of that, with people, keeping that in inventory. Can you speak to that a little bit, Mark?
Yeah, like for residential plumbers, or even if they're commercial plumbers and what have you, every time they come to a job, or if you call them and they're coming out to do some work for you, even if it is changing the toilet out, they stock their vans up. They stock their trucks up. So, and then those are stocked up. How many employees they have? They have 10 employees. They have 10 different trucks. So each truck's carrying, I would say, a minimum of at least 100 of these. And it's a set. So you're not really carrying 100. You got 50 of them. So that's 50 times 10, so you already got 500 there. Then, of course, the company owner is going to make sure they're not going to run out. So they want to stock up with just as much as what they distributed out into their trucks. So they're going to store another 500 or so. And, it's just going to keep going like that. But how many plumbing companies are there? And I mean, even if I got in front of one of the plumbing companies that I'm trying to tag to and get in touch with, is Ferguson, because Ferguson Plumbing is #1 plumbing company in the US as far as a supply house, and also doing plumbing because they also have, the maintenance and everything that they do. So, yeah, it's just a matter of, distribution. There's other companies out there that I have researched and checked out that are from Canada. One of them was mainly from Canada. And I talked to a gentleman who's a plumber here in Florida who said he would use my bolt, but he's already using one that's similar. And he didn't see the differences that much. So, but I haven't had a chance to talk to him after he said that. And he only saw a picture of my prototype. He didn't actually see the prototype. And people act differently when they see things in their hand, you know what I mean? So when it's physically in your hand and you can touch it, then you can feel, and see what it really does. So I want to be able to get it out there too. So just making prototypes costs money.
Sure,
Things
sure.
like that. Then I got to get in touch with distributors. I've already got one that will make the manufacturer that will make the they have it called a polyurethane fiberglass infused. So I have a company that will already make that. That company and a couple other companies have recommended me to a couple of bolt companies that make them in the metal version. And as I've talked to other people and everybody down the line, that I shouldn't offer that many types of bolts. I should just go in 2 types, one metal, one with the new polyurethane. Because some people are starting to think that the polyurethane and fiberglass infused won't rust. Doesn't mean anything to the consumer or what have you, but it's in their mind there's less problems with taking the bolt out, which with my invention on the bolt solves that problem anyway. So if the bolt did rust and the nut's on it and it rusted, you go to twist the nut, either the bolt's going to twist and break or the nut's going to break loose.
Yep.
So either way, you're going to get the nut off. So that's what I said with my invention. It solves a lot of problems.
It does indeed. Well, great job, Mark. It was great having you on here, man. And all we're looking for is a few bucks so that you can get that out. And we're looking forward to seeing that happen. Exciting about what's going to happen here over the next 30 days with continuing to develop your product. I just wanted to get you on here quickly to heighten that visibility, because I know that there are some even angel investors out there that are looking to spend some money, invest into some companies. And this is a remarkable idea. You're already bringing attention on and bringing on investors. So great job there. Excited for you, brother. Excellent job.
Yeah.
Give him a round of applause. Thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you
We're going to
very
move on to our next presenter. Go ahead and spotlight them, Dan. Who do we got next?
Nathan's up next.
My main man, Nathan DeYoung with Asset Fund. Good to see you, Nathan.
Good to see you as well.
How are things happening in Chicago area?
They are cold.
Yeah, we got a 50-degree day here, I think, today. That's exciting. I think we're going to hit 50, right, Dan?
We're close. It's 46 right now.
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked about that. Well,
Yeah,
one of the most exciting. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Dan. Nathan,
yeah,
go
I was
ahead.
just gonna say, I believe we're gonna get pretty close as well here.
Oh, that's good. Well, I didn't know that was happening in Chicago. I thought it was freezing like the other day we had over here, like 14 degrees, and it got up to a balmy 18. But anyway, one of the most exciting things that I saw about your company is you look at these companies out there like the Robinhoods of the world, and everyone's looking to make these micro investments, but so many of them can be with these blind type of scenarios. They don't know what in the world is going on with influencing and all the risks, the things that are happening. You put something together that's really remarkable. And I'm really excited for you to share this, because I think that there are investors out there that are looking for platforms like this where they can help the layperson that doesn't really know about sophisticated investments or anything else, but you've got the ability with tech to pull together the people that understand that sophistication to bring it to the layperson and do micro investments. Without further ado, would you help me welcome my good friend and colleague, Nathan DeYoung with Asset Fund. Go ahead, Nathan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Izzy. Go ahead and get my screen shared here. You can see that okay?
Yes, sir. Looks great.
Okay. Move that around. All right. Sorry, too many browser windows is the problem of the world today. Seems to be
I
the
hear you,
problem.
brother.
Well, thank you, Izzy. I am Nathan DeYoung with Asset Fund, and really what we're striving to do is help everyday investors that struggle with getting returns in the private equity model. Now, the private equity model is a great way to see returns on your investment, and in most cases, people just don't have access to it. And it's unfortunate because it's such a great way to create not only equitable returns, but also to create, a stable income in an economy that is fluctuating so much. And that was really one of the biggest reasons why I started this company, was because I wanted to provide people with not only a stable way to create returns on their investment, but as well as really provide them an opportunity to generate legacy, something that they can will to their children, to own shares in a company or companies, and really give them the opportunity to have a different type of financial experience. In traditional sense, there's a number of people that want to invest in businesses or start a business, but they just don't have the means to do so. And that's really what we're creating here, is an opportunity for people to generate personal wealth for themselves. And I think John D. Rockefeller said it best. I would rather earn 1% of 100 people's efforts rather than 100% of my own. And that really speaks to what we're trying to accomplish, allowing people to invest in percentages of a company that have great returns, that they don't have to take on all that risk. And that's huge, because a lot of people don't start businesses because of the fear or because of finances. And that's some of the different problems that we're actually looking to solve, is mitigating those risks for people that desire a different financial outcome but don't know how to get there. And another thing that we're solving for is the fluctuations in market. Real estate and crypto and stocks have been so all over the map the last handful of years that even if you have made money, you haven't seen the type of returns that you're probably used to. And that's where we come in, because traditionally private equity has been almost unaffected by the economic tribulation. If a business is performing in any market, it's going to generate income. And that's different from, the stocks and how it depends on, the government and all these other factors. We're able to insulate from a lot of the issues that take place in the real estate market, and as well as the public markets. And with that, we've really created a process that allows us to monetize that in a very different way. We're going to be using some of the traditional private equity methodology for enhancing these companies, but as well as a number of other opportunities that haven't been used in this space before, such as AI metrics to track certain performance indicators. And another key feature of what we're going to be accomplishing is using blockchain, which that's really where our economy is going, being able to create and track transactions in an immutable way, being able to record those transactions as far as when it's first existed, being able to avoid that human error and clerical error and save a lot of time in courts, really. So we're going to be tracking our transactions using blockchain to make sure that people's investments are protected, and as well as expedite and make those transactions move a lot faster, which will really allow our users to invest in a more expedited way and see the returns in more efficient and trackable way. with that, our market opportunity is rather large. You know, we have pretty much anyone that is really seeking to diversify their income in a different way. You know, a lot of the ways that we've traditionally seen for retirement or for wealth generation are either spotty or, you know, kind of one-off kind of things, or they end up, you know, not happening at all. You know, some people in today's markets, they had a 401k, and now in today's markets, they have a 101k, you know. And so that's really what we're looking to target as our audience, is individuals that want to diversify in a more modern way. And we're going to acquire our customers in a couple of different ways, through the traditional methods of ads online and magazines and such. But I really believe that a big proponent of us getting our name out there is going to be through different podcasts, words of mouth, blogs, people that really focus on distributing financial information, you know, as well as potentially even partnering with different advisor companies that will give individuals opportunities to diversify in a different way. And with that, we're going to be able to acquire assets in a similar way of networking and ads and partnering with private equities. And really what it's kind of come down to is our acquisition process is really going to help us to generate that return. You know, the biggest component being our AI metrics and business analysts that are going to control and be able to monetize how these assets generate income. And that's where our untapped potential and profitability comes from, is from utilizing these methodologies and combining them to generate a great ROI. And, you know, with that, there's a number of different companies that are already succeeding in a similar space as ours, of sharing the resources and sharing the load, also known as crowdsourcing. You know, we have a number of companies out there that have transacted in the billions. And if you look at the current market of the crowdsourcing platform from, you know, companies like Kickstarter and many of the others, there's REIT platforms, you know, properties that focus like ground floor on renovations and flips that have transacted in the billions. So it's a very large market size in terms of investors that participate in crowdsourcing. And if you look at the market size for private equity, it's actually in the trillions. There's a number of private equity firms out there that monetize companies to generate profit, but most people, like I mentioned earlier, can't gain access to that because they are not net worth individuals. And that's what we're eliminating here, is that barrier to entry. And, you know, running a company like this is really going to need a lot of key individuals. And we're currently seeking a number of key positions to fill out our staff. And we're being very selective, not only because of the type of industry and the fact that it's financially related, but also because these individuals have to be experts in their field. So we're seeking a number of individuals to fill out our team as well as advisors. But currently we have Izzy Lozado as one of our advisors, and it's been a huge help to us in terms of getting our business concepts out there and really helping us bring this to market. And another individual by the name of Gad Perdomo, he's been in operations for as long as I know him, many years. I think it's been probably 10 to 15 years now. He's helped bring a lot of retail products to stores, and he's been one of the top performers in his company for many years and has really brought a lot of products to market. And he's going to help us to do the same in terms of bringing our product to market and really helping us to ensure that our product represents well and that we're choosing a good path for that delivery. And if you look at our financial snapshot, this is really unique, because most companies, when you look at their EBITDA, they don't have any positive cash flow typically until the first 5 years is the average, return for people to start seeing net positive. But for us, we're actually going to have positive EBITDA cash flow in year 1 and be break even by year 2, which is really unheard of. And by year 3, we'll actually start seeing a 10x return, which is very untraditional for most companies. So we have a lot to gain here in terms of our potential and opportunity. And I would think that it's nearly unlimited in terms of what we can do in terms of financial performance. And currently our company is seeking a $5 million in aggregate with a current $1 million convertible bridge debenture. We're looking to raise $1 million with a total sum of $5 million to get the ball rolling, and to get us going on building out our platform and start purchasing assets. And that's currently where we're at in terms of our growth. And I'll pass it back to you, Izzy.
Great job, Nathan. Give him a round of applause. This is an exciting platform, man. I'm really looking forward to seeing this get capitalized, because there's a lot of folks out there that just don't understand how to invest, but they want to invest, right? So as opposed to I'd love for you to speak to that for a second, how let's take Reddit, for example, how it influenced so many people to jump in and buy GameStop, not for any merit of valuation or anything like that, or that it was undervalued. It was sort of like this stick it to the man culture that was like, hey, hang on a second. There's all these people shorting GameStop, making all these millions of dollars. Let's stick it to them, right? So that's the only reason why that event happened, and people made and lost money with that and what have you. But can you speak to how you guys are going to have true metrics and business valuation and playing the long game? With these investments. Can you speak to that a second? Because I really think it's important for investors to hear that you're not just some fly-by-night facilitator of a transaction. You're actually procuring these investments and allowing these sort of everyday Joes, if you will, that have no idea what the value of real estate, what's a good deal, maybe when there's a business asset sold and other things. Can just speak to that for a few minutes, please?
Yeah, sure. And I think you kind of hit the issue on the head there. With a lot of the things in the stock market and cryptocurrency, it's based on a movement of social nuances in politics. A company that is seeing huge returns could have a complete stock plummet just by the way of fake news or incorrect information or disseminated information. And really, with what we're doing, we're bypassing that, because the generation of the wealth is based on the company's performance, not based on hearsay. So when a company has great customers and is treating its customers well, we're going to be able to see that reflect in the bottom line in the P&L statement. And that's really what's going to be a huge difference to our platform versus something like real estate, where it's based on the weather even, or the season. Christmas in the winter time frame here in Illinois, traditionally, if you want to list a house, you're going to be taking probably between a 15 to 20 grand hit if you list in the winter time frame. But if you list in spring, you're probably going to see between a 15 to 20% increase, just baseline, depending on market availability. So in the area. So real estate has all these eccentric sort of nuances as to being an expert. Someone that is flipping houses has done a ton of research to make sure that that house that they're purchasing is going to perform well before they even purchase it. Here, we're taking existing businesses that have already seen performance and amplifying and increasing that based on those results that they've already seen.
That's so remarkable, because when you look at what happens, I don't know what the market's doing today. I mean, let's just take a peek here live and see what's happening. Typically, on Fridays in markets like this, people want to close out positions. We're flat a little. We're up by 6 points. But in any event, when you look at the trends and things are heading downward, I look at a company like an Apple that a few years ago, I remember when it broke that $1 trillion valuation. And then all of a sudden it had this precipitous dive related to, COVID, as if people weren't going to use phones anymore or buy another phone if they needed to. So there are all these things that happen with market conditions. And it's not like there was a fire or a flood at Apple and they lost the plans to the next iPhone or anything like that. So there are good pieces of information that investors know to look for, that they don't necessarily get dissuaded or persuaded based on what the trends are happening with socially, or what geopolitical risks are happening. If a good piece of real estate is available and a business is sold out of there, and you guys identify it and say, hey, here's an asset that someone's likely going to lease in the future, we can pick this up very inexpensively, crowdfund it, and now spread the love with everybody. I love that model. Can you speak to, before you wrap up here, how you're going to identify these opportunities? I know you touched on it slightly, but
Sure.
Can you, because I know that's going to be a burning question with investors, like, hey, how's he going to be able to find all these investments, and have all this whole audience to be able to spread the love with that many people? Can you speak to that a little bit, Nathan?
Yeah, exactly. Where we're going to start focusing first, and this is going to really help us accelerate our go-to-market strategy, is individuals that are exiting companies. There's numerous people right now that have owned companies for 30, 60 plus years, and they want to get out. They're done. They want to do whatever life has next for them, and they're looking for an exit. So they have one or two options. They can dissolve the business, or they can sell it. And in most cases, they don't want to dissolve it, because that means they lose all the equity that they worked to gain over the last 30 years. So they sell it. And when they sell it, they can either sell it to another individual, a conglomerate, or they can have it go public. And traditionally, with companies in the mid-size range, it ends up being sold to a private equity firm. And what that private equity firm will do is they'll actually take that company, look at where they are, and move them into a new level of returns. There was a company that I was looking at the other day that was selling for, I believe it was around $3 million, and they had a gross profit of $5 million. And I think the net was like somewhere around $1 million a year. And the company had stated that they hadn't focused on any sort of online presence of any kind, and yet they've been doing $5 million in gross profit for however many years. I think it was like 15 years. So that's a perfect example of us working with somebody that wants to exit the company, that wants to teach people the trade, or wants to say, hey, I know you guys have our employees' best interests in mind. We want to sell you this company because we believe that you're going to be able to help the people that have put their lives into trusting us with their financial means. So that's another key thing of what's going to differentiate us from other private equity firms. We're not looking to stomp the people that sell us the company. And traditionally, private equity has been known for being the bulldogs of, oh, first thing we're going to do is fire the top or the lowest 100 performers. And that's not what we're looking to do. We're looking to help those people increase their performance so that they can be rewarded in kind. So we're going to be taking a different approach, not only in how we distribute funds to these companies, but also, how we purchase these companies and work with the companies long term.
It's a great point, and I learned from a very wealthy mentor of mine that said, Izzy, when the economy tanks, it's really a garage sale for the rich, right? So when you think about that for a second, where there's going to be opportunities that present themselves, and after you build an audience of tens of thousands of followers, now you have the ability to, on dips, identify something and say, hey, we can pick this up and hold this for the next 5, 10, 20, maybe 30 years if someone is in their 20s or 30s, whatever it is. And they can hold on to that and see real returns for the long term. That is remarkable. So what I want to understand, and I'm sure investors would as well, is when you see opportunities like that, where you've had a purchase and maybe you've held it for 10, 15 years, and now it's time to sell. What does that look like for the investor that made that investment 10 years prior? And does it just move to cash for them? Can you explain a little bit how that automation is going to work and what the platform will be doing for them?
Yeah. So if someone had invested in one of our funds as a user, we're not talking about the individuals that we're presenting to today, but our user base, our everyday investors that we're marketing to, they would actually be able to see not only the profits from year to year be returned to them, but also the sale of that business. We're going to take that equity and return it to them, similar to how someone would in real estate, how they have a year over year, annual monetization of that real estate. So we'll be able to work in a similar fashion where the sale of that business will also be distributed to the individuals that chose to invest in that initial fund. So not only are they going to be able to see year over year profit, but they're going to be able to see large capital gains once that a business is sold as a part of that fund.
That's amazing. And do you think it could ever get to a point where, a sophisticated investor is simply not going to use Robinhood, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I believe, and maybe you can, let me know if I'm heading in the right direction here with my thoughts. I believe that your platform can not only be for that person that's afraid to invest, like, hey, I don't know what I'm doing here, but it can also be utilized for that more sophisticated investor that says, I know what Nathan's team does, and I'm comfortable putting $1 million into this because I know that they'll spread that around. Can you speak to that for a second before you wrap up here?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things to private equity is because it's a team of people. Someone that has a sizable amount of income, they're looking to spread it out as many ways as they can. And part of the way that they do that is they entrust large sums with a firm, such as a private equity firm or an investment firm. Well, they will take and diversify that income. And we'll be doing a similar methodology of diversification where you won't be just investing in one business. Like, let's say, for example, it's an apparel manufacturing company that we've purchased. And if you were in apparel, the first thing you did during the pandemic was came out with cloth masks. They've seen huge returns on masks over the last 2 years. But then the next year after that, they're no longer going to see those returns. So during that period of the returns on masks, you would have seen a huge increase for the fund in that manner. But then you look at something that's a restaurant or, that is strictly a takeout. They've seen very high fluctuations in the last 2 years. And some companies that have switched to online only have actually profited during the COVID times. And during that time, you're going to end up with fluctuations on a company. So similar to if you have a stock that's performing well and you're investing in an index fund, you're going to get the same type of results where one may be performing less than nominal, but then you have this other one that's way up here because of the times, such as mask generation, where they begin to balance out and you still see a profitable gain from that.
Yeah, absolutely. Great point. Well, Nathan, I'm really excited about this. Looking forward to seeing this capitalized. I think it gives so much money out there that is in micro formats, an opportunity to step into the market. And that's really, really exciting. I love what you're doing with that. And it certainly could be a huge profit and windfall for investors that are investing in the platform, not utilizing it themselves as a member or a user. So great job, Nathan. Give him a round of applause. That was excellent. Great presentation. Okay, up next, we've got Mike Dittleman with GameSense. Guys, I'm super stoked about this platform. Hey, Mike, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you so
You're
much.
in my old stomping grounds of White Plains over there. Excited to have you on here for that. So, Mike, I know that you've got a background in baseball. My kids have obviously been very involved with wrestling, football, lacrosse, all these different sports. And, when I initially started speaking with your team, this platform just makes sense. And I can see where this can develop into other areas. But, some of the things that is just oftentimes not natural for people is being able to respond to things that they're the way they're supposed to in sports. I deal with it as a wrestling coach when I'm like, why in the world did this guy not sprawl, which means, shoot your legs back when someone tries to grab your legs on the wrestling mat? Or why not, when they see that opportunity where the leg is available and their arms are up in the air, why don't they take a shot? I just think GameSense can be used for so many different applications and verticals. But right now, the focus is baseball, softball, and tennis. And that market is huge within and itself. So I'm super stoked to see this get capitalized. But without further ado, would you folks help me welcome my good friend and colleague, Mike Dittleman. He actually knows a friend of mine from high school. And I'm really looking forward to him chiming in the future as well and connecting with that. But looking forward to the presentation. Go ahead. It's all yours, Mike. Take over.
Thank you so much, Izzy, and thank you for having us. Certainly a great privilege and a great opportunity. So GameSense at its core is, as Izzy just referenced, is player development, helping athletes to improve and really train their brain so that they can make split-second decisions faster and better. But to do so, GameSense is also a video game. It's an interactive, engaging platform that relies on video content. For baseball, for softball, and for tennis, right now the product is live, and GameSense is doing business. We have paying customers. I've just recently joined the company, come into the company, frankly, very excited at what the future holds for GameSense. GameSense started really in the enterprise, selling its products, selling its service to teams with a focus on baseball and softball, with this focus on pitch recognition. Pitch recognition means if I'm a baseball player and I'm up at bat and a pitch is thrown to me, whether overhand in baseball or obviously underhand in softball, to understand what that pitch is, fastball, curveball, slider, or where it's going to be. Is it a strike? Is it a ball? Should I swing or not? And you have to see the ball. You have to understand and be able to predict in your mind where that ball is going to end up so you can quickly react to it. So GameSense really proved the concept in that Major League Baseball clubs are paying customers. Many colleges and universities, baseball, softball teams, and even Olympic teams for softball are paying customers and rely on the service that GameSense provides. The product is this: the user has a video on their screen, whether it's their computer screen, their phone, their iPad, wherever the case may be. They see a video, the first part of a pitch for baseball, first part of the pitch, video cuts off. The user then has to predict, is it a ball or a strike? And what kind of pitch is it? Is it a curveball? Is it a slider? Is it a four-seam fastball coming at me? GameSense, the platform, then tells the user if they're right or wrong, if they predicted correctly, if it's a ball or strike and what kind of pitch, and shows them the full length of the pitch coming at them. So it's interactive, it's engaging, it's fun, but you're also learning this skill. So again,
If you're
proven.
presenting on your side, I don't see it on ours. I don't know if you're presenting your deck. So if you
No.
are, we don't see it on our side. So,
I'm not presenting a deck. I'm just talking.
okay, go ahead.
And giving an overview of the product, and then we'll get into the business. So validation from the enterprise, and that Major League Baseball clubs, colleges, and universities are paying customers. So that's all well and good, yet there are only 30 Major League Baseball clubs, right? So we want to be more than just a cottage industry or serving a cottage industry. There's certainly an opportunity here to take it to the masses. The total addressable market in the United States, baseball, softball, and tennis, is well more than 20 million active, engaged individuals who participate in these sports, who want to improve their skills and their ability. So how and why will GameSense be successful? It's an incredible team. The founders of GameSense, 3 of the founders are PhDs. These are smart sports science, brilliant guys who recognize that using technology bundled with science and applying it to a sport where there truly is a large market, there's great opportunity. And again, the product does work, it has been validated, as I said. And the market opportunity is really substantial. So the question is, how do we bring it to the masses? GameSense is smart in that bringing it to the masses is not retail marketing and incurring significant costs to acquire new customers, but rather GameSense has found distributors or channel partners who are true partners. They have vetted the product, evaluated it, and see opportunity to bring it to their constituents. Perfect example, we had a call earlier today with our partner at Nike US Sports Camps. Nike US Sports Camps has 50, 60 different baseball camps each and every year, several 100,000 users or several 100,000 attendees of their baseball camps. And the governing body, or the umbrella company, US Sports Camps, is actively promoting, communicating GameSense to its audience. That's one example of many of bringing the GameSense product to consumers that can accelerate growth and, of course, substantially cut down on the cost of acquisition of a user. We're asking the user to pay. We're asking the user to pay in a subscription model. It's software as a service, not unlike us playing Candy Crush, which is, yes, software as a service, but it's an interactive game. The difference, of course, is that GameSense is helping its users not only have fun and be engaged, but of course, improve skills in a subject matter where they do want to find improvement. The goal, of course, is to build a $100 million business. So if we're charging $100 a year for our annual subscription, it's relatively easy math. We want to get 1 million paying subscribers, and we see plenty of opportunity. Again, total addressable market in the United States, baseball, softball, tennis, is more than 20 million. We go globally, we add new sports. There's ample opportunity to bring 1 million paying subscribers into GameSense, where we can continuously renew them. Before this, I had a call with the president of Baseball America. Baseball America is a media outlet long renowned for really focusing on baseball prospects and minor league baseball players. I showed GameSense to him, and he was very enamored with it and very much liked it. And knowing that the audience of Baseball America really caters to those in the know in baseball, baseball coaches, baseball aficionados, he asked if we could build out a program where the GameSense platform could be communicated or offered to the Baseball America audience, where they could play the game as if it were a video game and compete against one another to win a prize. And of course, we're going to say yes, because that's a valued channel partner opportunity. That's the right target market and opportunity. And certainly it's the right positioning to speak to baseball coaches and those who are involved and engaged with baseball. And that's just one sport, right? There are many opportunities beyond baseball with softball, with tennis. That's where our product is live. And then we can go even internationally, using the same technology and relying on the same science to deliver results. We are currently seeking to raise $2 million. We will use about 60% of that revenue for product enhancement, product development. The remainder will be business development, G&A, sales and marketing efforts. GameSense, as I said, is a live product. You can go to GameSenseSports.com today and test it, play with it, enjoy it. And we do have paying customers. Certainly for 2022, we will see 6 figures of top line revenue. We're at a place now where we're looking to scale and accelerate the growth of the business. Happy to take any questions.
Excellent job, Mike. And what I would love for you to do, I don't know, I might be blindsiding you with this. Could you share your screen to show everyone what it looks like, the actual platform itself? Are you able to do that?
Actually, Tom, I see that you are on. Are you able to open up and share your screen? Maybe not.
Tom, you might be on mute.
I am. I'm sorry. I'm driving right now. I won't be able to.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah,
No problem.
I'm sorry about that.
Not a problem.
That's okay. I know I blindsided you with that question, but I just think it's so cool because I've had people try this. And so, you know, one of the things I learned from you, Mike, is that what you're looking for, you know, one of the basic rudimentary things as a hitter is either, you know, fat wrist or skinny wrist from a pitcher that's throwing a ball, right? And that happens in just a nanosecond, if that. But to the untrained eye, you don't notice those things. But as you begin to develop, and you've worked with incredibly talented 12, 13 to 15-year-old kids, and even developing more of their talent on those traveling baseball teams, and you're teaching them these things. But think about the households around the country, if you have a listening ear as an investor to this, the size of this market. Because while it's great to know that all these MLB clubs are utilizing this, what I look at is the folks that are with paying the thousands of dollars that they already invest in their kids for traveling teams. And let me know if you pull something up that you want to share, Mike, and I'll stop talking. But needless to say, what I'm so enthused about is what this platform can do is give that individual such a tremendous edge for such a nominal cost. I mean, you're talking like, what is it, $100 a year or something like that? I mean, it's something ridiculously nominal. Yeah, go ahead and share your screen and just explain what's going on here, because I think this is incredible. I have a very good family friend. She was a high-level softball player. She couldn't pick these right. Neither could her husband that played at the University of Nebraska. He couldn't pick these right. And it's like, well, maybe that's why you didn't move on to bigger things. But needless to say, this can really help. So explain to everybody what's going on here.
Sure. And for the benefit of the group, when you say pick these right, it's the prediction of, is it a strike or is it a ball, and what kind of pitch is it? So what I have on the screen right now is a quick demo of the product that is shown on one of our landing pages that speaks to the enterprise sale that we have, GameSenseSports.com, baseball college. We have more than 100 colleges and universities as paying customers, and this is really what we're showing them. So the user is as if they're standing in the batter's box, up at the plate, ready to hit, okay? And the pitch is thrown.
Trains your brain to read pitches better and faster.
I would have said that was a ball. Was it a strike?
You watch hundreds and even thousands of pitches that are cut off and you have to guess what type of pitch.
Let me see if I can play along here and do it myself here.
The full pitch
Well,
replay
that was a
trains your
strike,
brain
right?
to see the pitch out of hand and to know where it'll be at the plate.
That's absolutely incredible.
Sense.
Do another one. I want to see if I can pick one.
Let's
Pitches
just,
better
this is
and
the same loop
which leads
because
to
it's a
better
demo.
swing
of
Okay,
it.
okay, got it.
You watch hundreds and even thousands of pitches that are cut off, and you have to guess what type of pitch and ball or strike. Matching the cutoff pitch to the full pitch replay trains your brain to see the pitch out of hand and to know where it'll be at the plate.
So it speaks to brain training, right? Training your brain to recognize ball or
Yeah.
strike and what kind of pitch it is. And like you said, it's more than just fat wrist is, I know it's a fastball. Skinny wrist is some sort of breaking ball. Okay. It's more than just that. It's where is the ball going to end up?
Right.
I coach a high level 14 and under travel team for baseball. And just teaching these kids, and I've been coaching baseball a long time, just teaching these kids where the strike zone is to teach them when the ball's at their shoulders or just at their chin, don't swing, right? And it takes them a lot of pitches and a lot of repetition to feel comfortable that even though I can see the pitch and I can see the ball coming in at this angle, doesn't mean it's a strike. And if I just am patient and wait, it's in my, right, it's to my advantage. So Game Sense is training the brain to have that visual recognition. But even more so, it's like I've said many times now, that interactive, engaging fun. We have a video of an example of Mets minor league players, so fully being developed by the Mets in their Dominican Republic academy, where they're all huddled around a computer, and one guy is sitting at the computer interacting with GameSense, doing the GameSense platform, predicting ball or strike and what kind of pitch it is. And these guys are cheering for one another and enjoying one another. And it really is a fun thing that just validates that the product is good, the product works. For the enterprise, it's great. That's all well and good. We're ready to now take it to the masses. We're taking it to the masses with channel partners, focusing on the youth market. It's a significant audience. Parents are paying thousands of dollars. In many cases, hundreds of thousands of parents are paying tens of thousands of dollars for their children to participate in youth sports. We're offering a very affordable screen time, positive screen time, to enable those youth athletes to, when they're not on the field of play, continue to practice and continue to enhance their abilities and develop a skill that no one is born with.
Yeah, and you think about these like batting cage places and things of that nature. Like DBAT has become very, very well known around the country. That franchised batting cage indoor type of sports thing, and you don't know what type of pitch is coming. You don't know what to recognize because it's from a machine. Right. But when you see a human being lifting up their leg and holding their hands like this or whatever it is, you begin to train your brain. Oh, caught it. You know exactly what it is. Right. And I really believe that every athlete with that goes through 4 phases of learning. First, it's what I believe is called unconscious incompetence. They're completely unaware of how incompetent they are at something. Then they become what's called consciously incompetent, where they're like, holy crap, what coach just asked me to do, was that fat wrist or skinny wrist? I didn't see it, right? So they're consciously incompetent. Now they move to the other side of their brain where it's conscious competence, where they have to think about it, right? Like, oh, I saw what coach was talking about. It was a fat wrist or a skinny wrist, right? When this platform helps you get to unconscious competence, where it's like how we are as drivers. I'm almost embarrassed to say from time to time I'll glance at my phone. I won't be texting and driving, but I'll look at my phone, got a text or whatever. I won't miss my exit, and I can still be eating a Big Mac, if you will, and not miss my exit, right? Because I've been driving since I've been 15 years old, right? So that's an unconscious competent level. Same thing here with the game of baseball, softball, or tennis. When you become unconsciously competent at identifying these touch points of what the GameSense platform can begin to teach you repetitiously, and now it's that unconscious component. Man, you have such an edge in sports, head and shoulders above the crowd. And
Sure.
that's what parents are looking for. If I can just give my kid an edge, it goes down like sports camps. I look at my son who was at a sports camp in wrestling, and he comes back in the room and the parents are going, holy smokes, was he lifting with your son? What is he doing? He's huge now, because he learned these things at a camp that was only for a week, right? So just imagine if a 14-year-old boy, instead of playing Candy Crush or World of Warcraft or whatever these kids are playing or whatever, is focusing on GameSense, maybe a half hour or so a day, what is that going to do for his baseball game? Remarkable.
Sure. So GameSense has been doing this for a while, a few years now, and the science has proven that it works. And the teams, and we get a lot of feedback from customers. The teams that are using GameSense and our avid users are seeing 30% improvement on their ability, right? So GameSense has what we call the SRT, standard recognition test. We have the ability to test a player to create a baseline where we can understand their ability to do and really succeed, if you will, at pitch recognition. We then have our drills. We have the different drills based on abilities, where we saw the demo. The length of the video they see gets shorter and shorter and shorter the more advanced the player is, or the more advanced the user is. So a Major League Baseball player who might be using GameSense would see a much shorter video clip and have to be able to know, and then in the GameSense platform, predict what that pitch is, versus the 12, 13, 14-year-old kid who's still really learning. They would see a much longer video. So you do those drills. We then retest with the SRT, and we see that we have the ability to greatly to enable great improvement. And that improvement translates to, of course, on-field improvement. If a player can greatly improve their ability to recognize the pitch, they're going to get on base more. You get on base more, you score more runs, you win more games.
Absolutely. And it comes down to Moneyball. I don't know if you saw that game, but I mean, that movie. But yeah, if you can get more hits, more on bases, more games are won. And
Sure.
and here's the thing that is so incredible about baseball. Think about this for a second. If you're hitting the ball 30% of the time, you're like, a multi-million-dollar paid baseball player 30% of the time. So if this gives, because some of the statistics on here, which are incredible, if this gives a player an edge and it elevates their game by 10, 15, dare I say 20 or 30%, do you know what that does for a batting average? It's absolutely remarkable. Here's my prediction, right? And I don't have a crystal ball, but I think 3 years tops, this little company right here is going to get acquired by somebody, because someone's going to say, you know what? We want people seeing this with our bats, with our sports gear, with all of our sporting goods. Someone's going to invest. Can you speak to a moment, Mike, just some of the acquisitions that happened? We'll wrap up with that, because the upside potential with GameSense is absolutely staggering.
The opportunity is significant, right? So when we talk about total addressable market and how we can serve that market, there's also the opportunity of looking at what the exit opportunities are. Once we can reach that critical mass and continuously engage this audience, right? There are obviously ancillary businesses or ancillary benefits of enabling us to continuously have this database of individuals who will have first-party data on them. We'll have psycho demographics, and we'll know that they're predisposed to not only what sport they play, but when they potentially need new products to play those sports. So you look at Under Armour buying certain sports technology businesses. You look at Dick's Sporting Goods buying Game Changer and other sports technology businesses. You look at Facebook buying gaming products to fold into their businesses to continuously engage audiences. So we look at the the scope of the opportunity. I mentioned Baseball America as a prospective channel partner or promotional partner of GameSense. Sports media is always looking at what are the different ways that we can continuously engage and serve this audience, because we need to ensure that we keep audience levels at certain lengths so we can continuously, they're ad supported, right, merit those advertising dollars. So that's what we're looking at in terms of the long term.
Absolutely. Excellent job, Mike. Thank you so much for joining us today. I am super excited about GameSense. So if you were listening in as an investor, we're looking forward to seeing this company capitalized. Remarkable job, Mike. You have an amazing team, and I'm sure you feel just as blessed as I am, because I just recently joined here as part of the project here, as did you. But the team that's on there, these guys are super bright. They've got more degrees than a thermometer. I mean, they're really, really bright in what they do. They know what they're talking about. And to scale this isn't going to take a whole lot of money, but the return on investment is substantial. So help me give him a round of applause, because that was excellent, Mike. I'm really excited about GameSense. Great job.
Thank you.
All right, up next, we've got Jason Deese, which it's correlated to baseball parks, right, Jason? I mean, it's important to know if lightning's going to strike at a ballpark, right? So you've developed something that's super special here. You're saving lives in an area like in India, where I think there's more lightning deaths than anywhere else on the face of the planet. Some town in India. I'll let you speak to that in just a moment. But needless to say, when you think about sports, I can't tell you how many times that I've been on the football field, the lacrosse field. Not a good idea to be holding up a lacrosse stick like this if lightning's coming, right?
Right.
And it comes quite often in the spring here in Colorado. But needless to say, to be able to have that ability to save lives, to also know with predictive technology that you have, by 96% to understand where that lightning is going to be, that is absolutely incredible. And that's just on the sports side. I don't want to steal all your thunder, but I'm excited about this project. And I know that you've been working with some airlines, the amount of money that you can save in fuel for planes not having to land. What do they spend, like a gallon a second when they're up in the air? I mean, just think about the 30,000 gallon tanks that are up in 747, 757s, you know, what that costs them to be hovering around an airport where they can't land because there's lightning. So pretty crazy, exciting stuff. Jason, without further ado, please go ahead and share everybody with what you're doing with Flash Scientific.
Sure thing. Appreciate it, Izzy. First of all, I am a little under the weather today. I got the holiday illness that everybody has. So if I have a coughing episode, I'm going to send it back to you, Izzy, to help out. But we'll try to get through this as best as we can. I appreciate everybody being on here today. My name's Jason Deese. I'm the founder and CEO of Flash Scientific Technology, where we specialize in artificial intelligence and deep learning to do weather intelligence. And so I'm a career research meteorologist, started off with the National Weather Service, spent 21 years bouncing around offices from Birmingham to Jacksonville, spent a little time in Tampa, and then the last 10 years in Atlanta, Georgia, forecasting for Atlanta Hartsfield, which is the busiest airport in the world. They require us to say that, I believe, busiest airport in the world. But got a lot of real-time experience working with government officials, emergency managers, and airports alike. Doesn't matter, you can go into any of those entities, it doesn't matter who they were. That was always the number one request, was for lightning. And so where's the lightning going to be? How's it going to affect my county fair? How's it going to affect this concert? How's it going to affect my residents? Where's the lightning going to move? And so that was always a frustration with me being part of the National Weather Service, is we couldn't solve that problem. We could do tornado warnings and such, but we didn't have anything that would tell you where lightning would occur and where it was going. And so kind of put together some of the research aspects of what was going on, saw different aspects of this, but really what changed was 3 or 4 years ago, big data that was housed with NOAA and the National Weather Service, it got moved over to Amazon and Google. And so once Amazon and Google housed the big data, I saw a tremendous opportunity and said, you know what, if we could pair some of these algorithms and whatnot, and with this big data, we could actually solve this problem that no one else has solved before in predicting lightning and other weather hazards, which we've gone into as well. And so left the Weather Service, went for a patent, was honestly looking for this to be more of a lifestyle type business, replacing the Weather Service for me, but sought a patent for our technology and the algorithm. patent was issued in 4 months. My patent attorney came back to me and said, never had a patent issued that quickly, needed to be thinking differently. So we have been. I will say that as I share my screen here, we do value safety. And so I know there's a lot of people out there who, or at least the VC community, sometimes they're like, you know, we want you to value the money and making money. But we truly believe that if we do the right thing, if we value lives, if we save lives, the money will follow. But we do have a mission that's beyond just bringing the money in. We do want a lasting legacy that lasts beyond us, and we know we're going to be able to save lives. So let me take you a little bit of through what we do here at Flash. So prediction and prevention. I don't even think Izzy knows about all of this, but we've been focusing on prediction, but we've recently brought in for the lightning portion, a prevention aspect of what we do. But we're going to be able to mitigate thousands of lives lost and billions of dollars in damage by what we're doing with our AI weather intelligence platform. So exactly what is this? So as a meteorologist, we used to use physics and formulas. So that big formula, that's what I had to learn back in college. And it's a very inefficient way of doing things. And so the way you see the computer models and all the weathercasts that you see today, every time there's a nor'easter, every time there's a hurricane, every time there's a storm system, it treats it like it's the first time it's ever seen that storm system. Very inefficient way to do things. What we do is we look at the past to predict the future. And so we're taking 30 years of past data, taking new algorithms, processing it through our AI and deep learning engine. And so really one of the vast benefits of what we're doing is we're able to produce a new lightning forecast every 2 minutes. So in the past, some weather prediction systems, when I came up, you could only predict every 12 hours, then every 6 hours. And now there's some that are out every hour. Creating a new forecast every 2 minutes, completely changing the way we forecast the weather. Not only that, but it's more accurate. So we got a more accurate system that's creating forecasts quicker. We can predict any weather parameter. So not just lightning, which I'm going to show you here in a moment, but now that we've created the AI infrastructure, we're taking in data on the order of Fortnite, our gaming platform. We're processing that data, manipulating that data, and producing a forecast very quickly. Now we can take in anything, any weather parameter you can think of, turbulence, wind shear, winter storms, hurricanes, you name it, dust storms over in Africa. We can bring those weather parameters in and produce a more accurate forecast than has ever been done. Bottom line for our company is we save you time, and time translates into money saved. We did start with lightning, and so that's what I want to focus here today. We have a prediction lead time of up to 6 hours now, really detailed in that first hour, and then it gets a little bit more generic in that 6 hours, but we're really changing the way. Couldn't predict lightning at all. You couldn't tell where a thunderstorm was going or the first strike. And so what we focus on is that first strike before any storm develops. There's a lot of companies out there that will focus on a storm at point A and move it to point B. That's not us. We're focusing on that first strike before it ever develops, giving you lead time on when the thunderstorms are going to develop over a certain region. Why is that important? 40% of all injuries and deaths occur with the first strike. And so that makes sense. You know, I'm maximizing my time outside during a golf match when I'm playing golf. I want to stay outside as long as possible, you know, and so it's usually not raining and I see the thunder coming and I don't know when to get in. What I wouldn't give to have something on my watch to tell me, hey, thunder's here, lightning's coming, you need to get inside now. And so that's what we're really focused on is that first prediction. This is kind of the safety aspect, but not just the first prediction strike, there's more. We predict the end of lightning. So the same algorithm and AI and deep learning that we use to predict the first strike is also used to predict the last strike. So it used to be 30 minutes after the rumble. Still today is this practice, but not with Flash. 30 minutes after the last rumble of thunder is the current practice. No technology behind that, no science behind that. What we imagine is people in a boardroom probably throwing darts and trying to find a time, and they said, yeah, 30 minutes sounds good. You guys talking about sports and youth sports, think about the times that at Bennett 31, they send them back out there and there's been another thunderstorm that forms. I have 2 girls who played softball. I was the dad who would bring the kids off the field. There's nothing magic about minute 30. They're not looking into the storms. We have the first technology that we can actually look into the atmosphere. We can say, hey, there's no chance of any thunderstorms developing anymore. And so what we can do is we can give you the true all clear. We can safely cut that time in half and get you to resuming your normal outdoor activities. As Izzy talked about with the planes and the airlines, tremendous. We're doing beta tests with United Airlines right now. As you mentioned, a Boeing jet burns a gallon of fuel per second circling a runway. We've done pricing studies with Southwest Airlines. If we can get those planes down just 5 minutes faster, in the air 5 minutes faster, we're literally saving them hundreds of thousands of dollars a year per airline, and that's conservatively. And so it's all about getting people back to doing what they were doing in a faster time. And so our technology allows for that. So here's the value proposition. This is, I worked at Atlanta Hartsfield Airport, as I mentioned. Delta Airlines lost $125 million in revenue due to a continued 30-minute ground stop. This was from April 5th through the 7th, 2019. So we said, hey, what if we use our algorithm and process it through our AI engine, the deep learning aspects of what we do? We run that through the archive and see if we didn't have to wait those 30 minutes each time, if we could shave those minutes off, what would we have saved them? 30 million was the answer. We would have saved them $30 million by indicating periods of diminished lightning threats within the 30-minute blocks. That's just for that 3-day period, which is amazing. And the reason is, for this quote at the bottom from an FAA study, 70% of all lightning closures were wrongly implemented, which costs undue money and creates undue risk. And the reason is they have no technology. There's no technology behind it. So they're just waiting 30 minutes. When we talk with United Airlines, that's one of their pressure points. So they said, what's killing us is we're taking guys off the line, sending them back out only to have another thunderstorm form. All that time costs us money. And so they said, what we want is a true all clear, something that truly tells us we can go back out there. And so that's what we're developing for them now. But as mentioned, we're not just a value company. We're not just bringing money in. We have the safety proposition as well. We want to do good in the world. We can save lives, and we know that's going to help. Washington, D.C., back in August, I'm sure you heard of 3 killed, 1 was in critical condition, since recovered. Flash algorithm indicated 42 minutes advance notice on the first strike. You can see in the shaded region, the blue is lightning possible, green lightning likely, and the orange yellowish color there is lightning is going to occur. And the star in each one of those is where the actual strike occurred. But we had 42 minutes advance notice on that first strike in Washington, D.C. Imagine if anybody there had a Fitbit on and said, hey, lightning's in the area, you need to take cover now. Fort Gordon, 7/21, that was July. That's right down here in my neck of the woods in Georgia. Flash algorithm indicated 45 minutes advance notice on the first strike for that. We had 1 soldier killed and 9 injured for that. So we've been talking to military experts as they do their exercises too, to keep them safe. And so from the safety aspect, I mean, one of the areas that we're focusing on, all of our AI and deep learning right now is done with Amazon. So we're talking to Amazon actively right now about, hey, what if we give this to every youth sports field in America? We just give it to every outdoor youth sports sponsored by Amazon, this field protected by Amazon Web Services. So this is kind of where you get into that cross section of, hey, doing good in the world, but also making money. And that's kind of what we're focused on. So safety proposition, but also value proposition. Here's the product here in motion here. One of the things about this time of year is we don't have a lot of lightning. So I did show this archive case. This was back November 11th down in Texas. In this case, this is the blue is lightning possible, yellow lightning likely, red is lightning is going to occur. So what you see from us, what you don't see from anybody else, is that we can put this in motion. We can say where the lightning is going to progress, where it's going to dissipate, where it's going to develop out through an hour. And we can do that through 6 hours now too as well. But this is the most detailed version that we have right here. No one else can do this. Everybody else can say where lightning was. That doesn't help us as far as saving lives and saving money. We've created something new here where we can say where the lightning is going to be. And it's made all the difference in the world. Think about the new markets that we're going to create. Wildfire prevention. And so before, we couldn't send crews out to mitigate wildfires because we were telling them where lightning had occurred. Now we can identify hotspots, say where lightning is going to be over those hotspots, and maybe we can get a crew out there while the fire is at 1,000 acres as opposed to 10,000 acres and give them a chance at containing that fire. So creates all new markets that we haven't heard of yet. This is the same product, but just kind of condensed into one single product. It's called the First Strike. And so each of these colors represents the time until the next strike. And so the red is lightning between now and the next 10 minutes. And so all the dots there are the actual lightning that occurred that day. So you can see how well the lightning that had already occurred that day is lining up with the 0 to 10 minutes. And then as you go out in time, the blue indicates 10 to 15 minutes, 15 to 20, all the way out to the yellow where we're at 50 to 55 minutes. We've sold this to or marketed it with Barron, which is they offer all of the newscasts across the nation. We channel partner with them so that the newscasts are ecstatic over this. So they'll be able to get this one product and say, hey, if you're in Bryan, Texas, you're okay. But if you're in Austin, it looks like thunderstorms will be in your area in the next 20 to 25 minutes. Finally, this is the a very simple product, but very effective. I love it. It's called All Clear. You almost could call it a no-go product, but what we do is we look at the detection, what lightning's already out there. We look at our algorithm, and we also look at the deep learning out to 20 minutes. If any of those come back and say lightning is possible in the next 20 minutes, we designate that area as a red no-go zone. If none of those occur, then you're in an all clear. So all these areas out here are all clear. Again, I want to emphasize between this and the first strike and all of our products, these are updated every 2 minutes. So you'll see areas back here that are being taken away out or added to the all clear section. Areas out here may be added to the no-go zone, but this is updated every 2 minutes. So you're going to get a real time. And so again, news agencies, airlines, safety entities, insurance, has a wide range of market fits for what this is and telling people what's a no-go zone. But from really excited about aviation because now for the first time, instead of waiting until they get on a storm and deviating around it, they can make decisions an hour ahead of time and say, no, we need to slow up. If we slow up, then once we get there, then we can speed through this break in the activity. So really excited about that as well. But we're not just going to stop there. We have this AI engine that's ready to go, and that's what we're looking for the funding is so that we can fund tornadoes, wind, precipitation, visibility, aviation hazards, winter storms. We get asked about turbulence all the time with respect to aviation. We really want to get that started. Tornadoes as well. Really excited about that as well. So we'll be working on all of these coming up soon for the tornado aspects. It's an automated warning tool that'll blow your socks off. If I had time to show that to you, I would. So, and then for the lightning aspect, as I mentioned, I don't even think Izzy knows this, but we've added this hardware component. We've partnered with this company that is actually adding lightning prevention, and it deionizes the atmosphere over a 10-acre area. They're installed at Great American Ballpark over Cincinnati, down in Nicaragua, Panama Canal, United States Air Force entities. These are installed worldwide, and we're the exclusive distributor for them now with our product. And the reason is now we have a safety aspect with Flash, and now we have this other aspect that protects equipment. And so what we're able to do is we're able to put these together and say, hey, lightning's coming in 60 minutes, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, lightning's here. Okay, we're going to protect things while they're here with this lightning prevention unit. And then we can give you the all clear to resume normal activity. So with our total lightning solution, we've covered the entire gambit now. Now we can actually protect people, tell people when lightning is coming, but we can also prevent it once it's there over a 10-acre area as well. So, and then for those who don't want the maps that I showed you, we have the text notifications here. And so all we need is a cell phone or email address. We can send you text notifications. Lightning's possible in the next 50, 60 minutes. Lightning's possible in the next 15 to 20. Threat of lightning has diminished. So really cool with the text alerting capabilities. Think about colleges and things like that. Excuse me. And this is some of the traction that we've been able to garner. Barron Industries, as I mentioned, we're bringing this to 40% of all media outlets in the U.S. This will set the stage for expansion into tornadoes and hurricanes for them. 1200 Aero, we signed a deal. This image is from them integrating our product. You can see in the shaded region is the lightning potential over the next hour. Overlaid on that is the actual airplanes and the live flight activity and showing where those airliners are going. And so you can see tremendous benefit they're going to see in knowing where the lightning is and knowing where they need to go. India, we're working with Madhya Pradesh government pilot program for the second most prolific lightning place in the world. Effort to expand this globally. Right now, we're centric to the United States, but we're looking to expand this globally really soon. So for this round, Flash is seeking a total raise of $3 to $5 million. This is for not only the sales, but our software engineers. My guys need help. We're a staff of 4 right now. We only have 2 software engineers. They've done tremendous work here in the last year and a half, but we really need to take this to the next level. Finish the lightning suite, get these tornado and visibility, and then hurricane winds, turbulence, and icing. So it's all about increasing our Amazon storage capacity, which enables us to bring these other products online. So small team, as I mentioned, but very dedicated team who's done a lot in the last year and a half, really good stuff. And so we're really excited about what this next year will bring. So I think that's almost what my voice will allow here. So Izzy, I'll turn it back over to you, and happy to take any questions.
Great job with this. Give him a round of applause. This was an awesome presentation, and I definitely want you to be connecting with the team at GameSense. What I'm thinking about is all the ballparks that they're talking to, or the ball clubs that are represented there, the partnerships that are available. I definitely want to connect you guys because I believe there's a synergy there that certainly exists. But, you know, for investors that are taking a look at this, and I want you to remind the audience of what happened here recently when you were just doing a little bit of crowdfunding. You broke some records. I think it was like $1.5 million raised in about 6 weeks. Can you speak to that and how that campaign went?
Yeah, we did really well with Start Engine. We were given 6 months to raise a little over $1 million, and we did it in 6 weeks, which was in the top 10 for them all time in raising money. So it really speaks to the crowd and to this aspect of saving lives. And so that's what we really pushed on that. So we're really excited about that. We recently had a really small Reg D where we were looking to extend our runway. Did really well with that as well. So, you know, we've been doing this just enough to get along, which has been fine. But now we really want to take this to the next step, get these software engineers hired, get these life-saving products out there so that we can really start working on these tornadoes and winds and visibility. I mean, you would think visibility is not that big of an issue, but it really is, even more than tornadoes. I mean, we did a case study on a I-80 in Iowa where they had a 90-car pile up there. We would have had 25 minutes advance notice on visibility reduction on that interstate. We could have saved lives. We get this piped into some of those DOT signs. Hey, visibility is going to be reduced in the next 20 minutes. We just got to have the bandwidth to expand our product suite and pay for our storage costs with Amazon. We can get these done.
And with respect to that, what's the exit look like? Because I know we've talked about a few different things, but there's folks out there that would want to buy you, probably courting you now. So can you speak to what you think that roadmap is going to look like and when?
Right. So just had a call a couple of days ago with IBM, who's with WSI and the Weather Channel, you know, focused on bringing this to the other news outlets, but it was obvious that there was interest beyond that too. So going to be talking with them, but I think it's going to be either one of the larger weather players like IBM that could come in, but more than likely, I think it's going to be one of these hosts like a Microsoft Azure or Amazon or Google, anyone that can have something on this platform such as this that is a proprietary technology that does something that no one else can do currently. I think and saves lives and brings in the monetary benefit that it does. I just don't see that not being appealing to them as an exit strategy.
Well, I really believe that someone out there that would utilize this technology and brand it and market it around ball fields and things like that, that's obviously a great strategic partner. But with that being said, the valuation is going to significantly climb when that happens. And right now it's relatively low, and we can give details on that as appropriate. I don't want to take any more of your voice and you to get some rest for the weekend, but this is remarkable technology. I am so excited about this project. Would you give him a round of applause? Great job, Jason. Absolutely astonishing technology. Great job.
Thank you, Izzy. Appreciate it.
All right, up next, we've got Julio Marchi. Julio Marchi with Do Fundraise. You know, the fun thing about this platform, Do Fundraise. Hey, Julio, how are you?
Good, and you guys?
Good. You know, the fun thing about this platform is everybody loves getting involved with benevolence and helping people out and things like that. But what they don't know, what happens so much, and I know you've got statistics on this, and I'll let you go into that later, but so many of these platforms that are out there, I shouldn't say so many because there aren't a tremendous amount, but the ones that are out there, oftentimes you get people that are now putting up fraud campaigns and things like that, and they get discovered and everything else. I love how Do Fundraise, with your technology and your background in tech and everything else, how you quell all that. So the concerns of, is this going to be a fraudulent fundraising thing? Is this money really going to those people? What percent and things? You offer transparency. You make it easy for everybody. Folks, would you help me welcome Julio Marchi as he unveils Do Fundraise? Give him a round of applause. Welcome, Julio. It's all yours. Go ahead and share your screen.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So I'm very humbled to be here among so many beautiful products and incredible talents. And it's a beautiful thing to be here. Appreciate that. And yes, Izzy, One of the things that drove our first attention to the platforms of crowdfunding, it is the amount of fraud and the amount of fake campaigns that are there. They are not taken care of. And this is something that the first thing that brought us attention to that landscape. But we realized that there's a lot of more things that we could do. There was incredible amount of things we could do to make this landscape much better, much easier, much friendly, much fun, and more successful. And that's what Do Fundraise came about. Okay, Do Fundraise is crowdfunding reimagined. So that's our platform. Okay, my name is Giulio Marchi. I am the creator, founder, and CEO of the Do Fundraise. A little bit about myself. I've been working in technology and building products since I was very young, about 14 years old. I'm 50 right now, so I have over 35 years of experience building platforms, even before the internet exists. And I have the chance through my career to work for small companies, mid-sized companies, large corporations, international corporations. I've seen up and close problems and solutions. I touch bases with incredible amount of minds that I learned so much from those people. I'm very grateful for the opportunities I have. And my career was building software, building systems, building solutions for companies and technologies in general. But the interesting part for me, it is that a few years ago, I was working in a company that have a pharmaceutical products, deal with pharmaceuticals, and has a platform to bring the medications closer to pharmacies and faster to the consumer. And what I realized at the time is how much my work was actually changing lives. I started looking to the testimonials of the pharmacies and the people involved, how that platform was helping them stay afloat, saving money for their families, and in a couple cases, even saving lives for people who are needing medication faster. And to make the story short, that touched my heart in a way that I never predicted how much joy I found to understand that what I was building was not only a money-making tool for myself and for the companies I work for, but also helping people, helping companies, and making an impact and a difference. And that becomes something that never left me and is always in my heart. So helping people, helping the individuals become a passion of me. At the same time, look to the fundraising market and looking into that scenario, how that scenario was so unfriendly in general, like especially like Izzy said, with frauds and other problems as well that we identified. I started connecting the dots and look, how could we solve those problems? How could we actually increase and improve on that? And I think I inebriate my team into that concept of helping people and do something amazing. And then we came up with an incredible winning platform that it became to be the Do Fundraise. Okay. What is the number one problem that we identify beyond the frauds and the issues? Because the frauds, they are something they're there and they are not being taken care of. But as we went into the crowdfunding scenario, started interviewing people, asking questions and working through that ourselves, try to understand better what's happening, what is the necessity, we realized that fundraisers are isolated. And if you think about building a fundraising message that you want to push out to the web, and you want people to actually come to you and say, here, I believe what you're doing, and I'm donating some money to you. What's the reach of that individual? Is the reach of their own network. Not everyone have 5, 10, 15,000 followers or connections in their social network landscape to push that campaign successfully. And a lot of people count that their friends or peers are going to push that further, and not all the time it happens. So we look into that as a bigger problem, because people are not having success for their campaigns. They push campaigns for something very important, and they keep rallying on that, and they don't get the result because they don't get the reach. So how can we solve that problem? And at the same time solve the problem of frauds and malicious campaigns, is bringing the community around it. So we create a solution that embed the community around the crowdfunding, so we can exponentially help that individual or that group or that company that's trying to raise funds for something, and bringing that campaign forward to a much higher, much expanded audience. But also we have the community helping police and understand if that campaign is something that it should be there, and if there's some red flags that we need to come about and look into. So, and that was the core and the center heart of everything we started building as Do Fundraise. So, next slide. As we move along building our platform and putting the resources together, because like I said, we interview people, we look around to see what they like to have, but they don't find, and we start creating those solutions. We came to the conclusion that we're turning to be like an Amazon for the crowdfunding scenario. And why that? Because fundraisers will find in our platform all the sets of tools to be successful. If you think about sellers on Amazon, they found all the sets of tools to be successful, to reach a higher audience, to hit that curate and the smart audience that trusts them. And Do Fundraising is going to provide the same thing to the fundraisers. But on the same time of donors, the donors are also going to find in our platform the security and the certainty that they are donating their money to something that is certainty, they're sure, because the way we're going to scrutinize and maintain those fundraisers in check. So we create that safe environment for donors, which Amazon also creates a safe environment for buyers with their policies, with their concept of Prime and the other securities they put around the fundraiser. So we become awesome for everyone. And that's why we feel that we become like an Amazon for the crowdfunding industry. And collective with all those tools we're putting together, all those resources we're understanding to support the platform, donors, and fundraisers. And talking about this market, and that is something that is mind-blowing for me. The market potential, it is immense, it's gigantic. If you look to the landscape, to the size of the market in terms of numbers, in terms of real dollars that flow into that segment, we're talking about 450 million just this year. And that has been exponentially growing since 10 years ago, 15 years ago, when it come to flourish. And that growth is just part of what's coming further. There's way more coming in the future. Like internationally, we're talking about more than 1 billion potential marketplace. And this market segment, it is incredibly vast. And as Izzy well said, there's not a lot of players in there. It's incredible. You look into that market segment being dominated for a few players that do not actually provide nothing that we want to bring to the table. And they are incredibly successful. If you want to look into the numbers of those players, they are extremely high, extremely successful, which is a beautiful thing. Help people and make money along the way. There's always a discussion about me and my team and our advisors, how we're going to bring a platform like that to life. Not in terms of producing the technology, but in terms of put that in front of people, because we were talking about the entire internet. Who is our clients? Every person connected can be a donor, every person connected can be a supporter, any person connected can be a fundraiser. So it's a very large, vast, difficult market for you to push. So one of the things that we look into, and me specifically as a businessman, is how other companies actually successfully launched the platform in a vast landscape like that. And if you look as Gmail, if you remember Gmail when they started, they created Gmail that was only offered for a certain group of people, and you need invitation to get the Gmail account. And they create what they call FOMO, the fear of missing out. So that fear of missing out drives people to desire to have that invitation, to be part of it. In our case, not only we want to capitalize on the same concept of giving invitation for key people that commonly participate in fundraisings and that is known to be part of that landscape, but also bring that people the power to help us shape the communities, elevate someone as leaders and give them more invitations for a certain amount of time, making that be part of that community desirable. And what's interesting about the internet, the majority of the things in the internet today, it is people donating their time to something. People love to be part of something. People love to participate. People love to say that they help produce something. That's why the open source community is so vast and so powerful today. And that extends to other segments that are not so prone for us to be seen. So we're going to bring that into our launching platform and our launching strategy. At the same time, fundraisers are going to be receiving all that help, all that attention day one. And I believe that's going to make our platform very, very successful, create a frenzy around it. And with the right marketing, we'll be able to actually create our name very, very fast. And here's something I'm very, very proud about, my team. So myself, I am, like I said, 30 plus years in this market segment. I built technology, but for the last decade or so, I've been more involved in business, on the side of the business. My apologies. And by being in the business side and the marketing side, it makes me understand more what I architecture and build, how that affect the market and the people who use it. And together with that, I come to bring Christina back. Please don't ask me to pronounce her last name because I'm going to bite my tongue over here. But Christina is a young lady, and she is absolutely amazing. She's an incredibly powerful force in our organization. She is a COO. She has that view, that capacity to organize the team. She organizes processes. She empowers people who work under her umbrella to achieve the goals. She is hands on deck. At the same time, she does not micromanage anybody. She has a talent that it comes with the person. That's not something that you learn. And I can't imagine this product going out live without having Christina in there. And same thing about Tobias Hagenbeck. Tobias and I come a long way. We actually work together in 2 different organizations, large organizations. And one of those we work together, another one, he actually worked for me. We develop a solid friendship, but a solid understanding about our skill sets. And Tobias comes from the same background, technology. But while I moved myself more into the business side, into the business aspect, marketing, and all those other side of the technology businesses, Tobias, he just dug deeper in technology. He invests in his time, and so that's what he loves to do, build stuff and solve problems and make things better. And he manages teams in a way that through the agile process is second to none. So he has experiences building products for Fortune 500 companies. And I don't remember anything that Tobias did that was not turning to gold. Tobias is really like everything I would love to be on technology, he became. So I'm very proud to have him on the team. And Alex, Mr. Alex Hunt, our CFO, this person is simply a genius. He is a person that I cannot name any other thing. He's a financial analyst and stock market advisor. He is simply a genius, and one of those geniuses that can explain things to you in a way that you just understand it. It makes things feel so simple that you run out of talking to him and start investing money in the stock market, because he is able to see all those things, and any projection he ever put together, he always biteable, he always perfect. You can predict things through his intelligence. And not to say anything about Dan is also awesome, but Dan is already taken. So I have Alex. Alex is my Dan. Okay, so he's amazing, and I can't imagine this organization without him. That's a gold team. That's a dream come true for me. And as well, a gold team we need a set of advisors, those people who have that extra mile experience in their segment. They can provide us that experience so we don't have to learn through the mistakes. I'm very, very happy that those remarkable individuals can waste their time with us, and they actually do a lot of that. They take a lot of attention to everything we do, take the time to coach us. And Dan Nichols, I know Dan Nichols for a long time, and I have been seeing him building companies and helping other individuals build companies from the ground up or salvaging their own companies that were not working well. He has an eye for enterprise. He has an eye for talent. And one thing about Dan is he has no fear of challenging us. He always brings us to the next level. He put us on that uncomfortable corner that we have to answer those tough questions, and we have to figure out a way out of those corners. And he does that to make us better. He never let us to stay stale. And Mr. Dave Krivsky is, oh my God, if every time I have an idea or I have a project or something going on, as the first person I call, because he has that level of intelligence in terms of business, is a long range view, is like the eagle view. He's a regional vice president of Primerica, which is one of the largest security and investment organizations in America. And he understands business. But most important for me, he understands that part of business that most people overlook: securities, insurances, ways to protect your intellectual property, protect your investors, protect yourself, protect your company. You know, those details that actually sometimes make a big impact, a big difference. So he's the one that keep us like safe. He's a really, really one person to be on the team. And Chris Glazier, she is for Do Fundraise, because we are dealing with high amount of finances. So we are escrowing accounts for the people who receive donations, and then we have to disburse their money and manage those assets. Christina is the one person to have an advisor. She is an eye for maintaining control of bankings and control of accounts. I can't imagine any other person there to help us to do the right thing to the procedure as Christina. She has been like successful record in many types of organizations, and I would give her all my personal accounts to manage because I trust her entire 100%, and I know she'll get everything by the book. She is awesome to have on this team. Here's a snapshot of the study that we did with them. Of course, we had, before we started this process with FEP, we had a view of all the market. We have numbers in place, but we got with them and then push us deep, understanding every single dime when it comes, when it goes. And it was incredible the work they did. Thank you, Dan. I cannot appreciate enough you taking the time. And we put this snapshot in a way that is conservative, to be honest, because the numbers of this market segment, crowdfunding online, they are really large. So we bring that down to the earth, down to reality, down to something that is doable, feasible, and not so challenging to achieve. Of course, the first year we have a massive amount of investment. You're gonna go a little bit under with 300,000 negative on the first year on EBITDA, but we recover it very fast on the second year with 2.5 million real profit. And like I said, those numbers are conservative. Anyone who looks to the financials, the statements, and the distribution on how the money coming in and out, will look into that, and compare that with the markets today. We will understand that we are really working to make this successful and not dreaming too high, dreaming solid to a success, and that it is the real numbers that we imagine we're going to achieve without having to dream too high. And here's the offer we're bringing to the table today. We are currently raising 2.5 million bridge via SPV, and that is a convertible debenture. Minimum investment is 250,000 with 20% discount of conversion, 12% annual and 2-year note. As we established today, the valuation cap is 3.5 million, and we are bringing these funds to complete the platform, to build the proper MVP, to be aggressive and competitive as we launch this product, and also to secure the compliances, because this market segment requires to be high security level in compliance with some industry standards, and of course marketing, publicity, the key partnerships we need to develop to bring this platform to be successful, bring external companies to support us and support our fundraisers, and of course building a beautiful office and being that kick-ass team. They're going to make this platform #1 in the world. Okay, I hope that's my presentation. I hope I was not too fast, and I hope I was not too slow at the same time. And I'm here to answer any questions, and thank you for the opportunity.
Excellent job, Julio. Give him a round of applause. I know you've been fighting bronchitis and everything else.
Yeah.
Seems like something's going around nationwide. I told you my brother's fighting right now in the hospital with pneumonia, but great job on that. What I wanted to do, clarify indeed, is on that last side, you had a valuation of 3.5 on there. That's incorrect. We have to change that because you're not selling 71% of your company on this debenture. So we can get with you on that. It's a discount. I think you're more in the $10 million range, but we can talk to that, speak to that with investors. But needless to say, you've done a great job with establishing your vision and everything with Do Fundraise. And here's what I love people to understand when they're investing is, what if Do Fundraise doesn't come to the marketplace? What if people continue using these other platforms? What does that look like, Julio, in your opinion?
It has been stale, the best way to say it, for the last 5 to 7 years. Those platforms are not evolving the same speed of technology evolving. And most of those platforms that exist today, they're not looking to the success of the campaign. They make very good money even when the people fail, because the amount of campaigns are very large. People create campaigns every day. Like in one of those platforms, there's a new campaign every 8 seconds. And they make the money, every dollar that flow around to the donor, from the donor to the pledger. And it is something that, for some reason, the bigger competitor in this market segment decide to buy out competition and not create one platform that look into the way we're looking. But maybe also because nobody like us come to the market. So this is something that nobody thought about. So there's all those gaps. Sometimes markets stay on the same standard for a long time, because they work. And you need somebody to come with a new idea to shake the ground and say, okay, look, you do all this, you're successful as a business. Some of your clients, they're successful, but there's more you can do. And here how we're going to do it. In my view,
it's an interesting.
In my view,
go ahead.
I actually love to help people, is help them to have success for their campaigns. And that's the most important thing. And also remove the most responsible frauds and all those fake campaigns that are soaring all those landscape. This is something that is a problem for a long time. And you just research online, you're going to find it. That it is mind-blowing.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to touch on. Exactly. That's what I wanted to touch on, is that even some of the things that you've heard here in the media recently with Twitter having fake accounts or whatever. I'm sure it's all over social media with fake accounts. There's ways to do all those things. Can you speak to the technology and the team that you have that'll be required to be able to identify, and if someone is using something on their end to try and scheme and trick people into thinking that there's a real raise going on, but it's really not, and it's on your platform? Because that's one of the things that you're showcasing, and everyone's going to hold you to that standard. Can you speak a little bit to the technology that it takes to do that?
The bigger problem, I can speak a lot.
Without giving up your secret sauce. Yeah.
The real problem, I can speak a lot about that. I'm going to try to summarize it. The first most important thing, communities. Communities don't forgive. Communities nowadays on the internet is like children. They look to you, they tell the truth. They do not forgive anything. They are the ones policing things. If you build the communities around that in a way that you empower that community to look around and become that agent to help the platform to identify those bad players. So you're going to have that feedback to you. So you're going to have the finger points to something and say, hey, I see this picture on this campaign, but this picture was published on Facebook 6 months ago, and the person is not the same. So that's an example that exists. It's true. It's happening today. Okay. So building that, number one, of course, technology can play an incredible role on that. So there's ways we can create accreditation for the fundraisers, that we can validate who they are. We can understand if they are, if they have a history of bad acting anywhere else, because all those metadata is out there. We can collect those metadata and make the connection using data analysis and the artificial intelligence to help that part of the platform to be more secure. But the individuals that work on the community, they are actually going into those campaigns and say, I want to help this person, I want to help this platform, I want to help this segment. They also have an incredible effect bringing that to the attention of the group. And the most important, the company itself has to act. It's like it's not like some of the players today that they receive hundreds of complaints, and the complaints go to an inbox that nobody reads. You know, so you have to put the effort. You have to have the platform that empowers the company to actually act against that. Look, monitor, and suspend the accounts and act as accordingly.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So with respect to your opinion, and I don't know if you have an answer on this or not, how many fake accounts do you think are in these platforms? Is it 5% of them? Is it 10% of them? What do the numbers look like? Because I know there was some staggering statistics that you came across with how much fraud is there, and the billions of dollars that these criminals make on there. So what's your sense on that, Julio?
I think the most important thing is not the number of fake accounts statistically. It is how those guys who create fake accounts are effective. Because like any hacker, so
great point.
They are much more capable of pushing that campaign forward than an individual who actually has a problem. So they bring more attention to their campaigns and they steal the thunder for somebody who actually needed that.
Yeah.
So the numbers itself are deceiving, because one bad player with a high capacity of pushing that campaign out is gonna be playing the same role as 1,000 of those bad players that without capacity. So they bring that imbalance to the equation. But there's a fair amount. It frustrates me deeply looking into some of those forums and people discussing. Even there's one parent that his daughter died years ago. He had a picture of her in the hospital in the Facebook account. People took that picture, and that campaign every year keep coming back.
Oh my gosh.
He complains. He called the police. He does. He sue, and nothing moves. You know, nothing changes, because they remove one campaign, 3 other campaigns show up. So there are ways to prevent that. There are ways for you to understand those pictures are you can black market those pictures to never show up again. There's technology for that. There's ways that you can prevent that on the platform side. I can talk about security, technology security for the whole day. And of course, it requires investment. It requires the companies to have the will to do it. And what's the will to do that if you're making money with that? So you're not responsible for the campaign. You let it run for a little bit, then you take it down after it creates a certain amount of money, and that money go to a fund that you manage. And there's nobody scrutinizing that. There's no regulation controlling that. And those companies are doing this freely. And I think part if the companies don't want to do that, part is incompetence of the people working for those companies as well.
Sure.
But when you have when a community comes together and start making that noise, you know, it's like when people go to the street to make the noise about a political scene. So everybody hears that, everybody see the bad players, and you suppress that. So that's one of the most important aspects of our platform, to bring that power in.
That's really powerful. And what I want to talk about as well is moving away from the benevolence a second. I'm thinking about, as you know, when you and I first connected, it was so timely. I'm heavily involved with not only on the sports side, but the sports funding side for my kids with what are called boosters, right? So my wife is remarkable. She's been able to raise tens of thousands of dollars in the football club, wrestling, lacrosse, all that. She does a great job of doing that. And what I love about Do Fundraise is you can set these things up for that, but not only on the fintech side of collecting the money, distributing it, but also in taking the materials and creating T-shirts, tumblers, hats, all these different things. Can you just take a couple minutes that we have left and share on that? Because I think that is so remarkable, and it's such a huge differentiator in the marketplace, Julio.
Yeah, that's a beautiful question, because it goes back to the isolation, the first thing we talk about in these slides. When I talk about isolated, it's not only limited to your network, but also limited on the resources you have at your disposal. If you create a campaign today on any platform, make a choice, go there and create a campaign about something. That's all you have. You have a link, you know, and luckily you can push that link to your social network. If you ask your wife what she loves to have, she's gonna sit down in front of you and gonna open a paper, gonna make a list of things that she loves to have in there that she does not find. And we did that research. We talked to fundraisers, we talked to professional fundraisers, we talked to organizations who actually do fundraising, and talked to people as well. And one of the things that is interesting is a lot of fundraising happen around your location, not around your internet point of presence, but around your community. It's around your city, around your school, or around your church. And people, if you create a campaign, like you said, you only have a link. Luckily, you might have a QR code to put in a page, but you still have to go in another software, build a page, go to a Kinko's store and pay for that to be printed. So if you have the time for that.
Yeah.
So we're looking at all that, say, why don't we build that into the platform? Why don't you build all those tools in there that as you build your campaigns, you have all those additional set of tools that can help you produce banners, promotionals, can build printables, t-shirts, everything you just described. And going beyond that point, we can, like I said in the slideshow, create a relationship with companies to provide empowerment support to the platform. It is connect our platform with Kinko's, Walgreens, the t-shirt printers online, Walmarts that have all those resources. They are seeding every city of America on arm's reach. So we can get our platform connected with those resources, and you can go push a button on our platform and say, I like to create a t-shirt, and it give you 3 or 4 samples of t-shirts pre-designed. You go there and tweak it and push a button, it's sent to print, and then you can just go and pick it up. If you want to make flyers, something for your church, you gotta hand deliver that. We have a little QR code that people can scan that and go straight to your page to make a donation. So you're gonna print like 100, 200 of those from the platform that print direct to Kinko's and deliver to your door, or you go to pick it up. But even beyond that, the relationship we try to establish, and me talking about business right now, it is to go into those organizations and say, look, we are bringing this clientele to you. Can you provide us a discount? Can you provide a discount for this team, for this group? We don't want to make the money on that. Then we don't want anything financially gain on that. We just want to integrate. But give the discount to that fundraising, and because you're going to be supported campaigns. And in certain cases, that discount is tax deductible for the companies who provide that service. So it's a win-win-win scenario that we can push together by having a well-thought platform that we can build all those APIs and integrate all those services in one place.
That is so exciting. Great job, Julio. Give him a round of applause. Excellent presentation. I am so excited about Do Fundraise. You know, I'm involved with fundraising all the time, either through benevolence or through my kids' boosters and everything else. So it's super exciting to see something like this come into the marketplace. Great job, Julio. Okay, up next, we've got our final presenter, my good friend and colleague. Yes, my good friend and colleague, Patrick Henry. Patrick, some really exciting things have happened here recently. You've been able to garner $2 million worth of investment into your company with some changes that are happening. This is really, really incredible what's going on. And you sent me the recording. I wish I could share with the entire audience that recording, all the good things that are happening, on the overwhelming support that you have, the industry experts that were on there that were saying, we just really think this particular gun, the AutoMag, is far the potential to surpass any of the other projects that they worked on. So I'm really, really excited about what the coming months are. In fact, I think as soon as January, I'll let you share. I don't know what I can share, so maybe I ought to pump the brakes here. So why don't you go ahead and share what you're allowed to share, but a lot of exciting things going on with a major group. So without further ado, I'm going to pass it over to Patrick Henry. Go ahead, Patrick.
All right. Let's see. I thought I would kind of give you an outline of what I was going to go over. And I'm going to try to make it fairly brief. I think some of you already heard the main parts before, but I wanted to go over what I think makes a great company, some of the components. And if you can get one or more, it just makes things really go well. The second thing is a short history of AutoMag. Third thing, the problems and obstacles that have kept us from getting to where we'd like to be. and the new opportunity. That's the big news. But I had a little slide presentation, and I was going to kind of jump around here, but this is the Automag. And when we first offered it, well, let me back up one sec. I've been involved with a number of different startups all in the firearms world, and it always was great if I had one of the 4 items. One would be if I had exclusive rights to it. The second one, if it had high margins. The third one, if there was a built-in demand for it. And the fourth, if I could either get celebrities or if it's already kind of an iconic item. And this Automag is the first time I've ever had all 4 of these. This gun was used by Clint Eastwood in 1983 in the Dirty Harry movie Sudden Impact. And they have this phrase in Hollywood called the Dirty Harry effect. When he used the Smith & Wesson in the first Dirty Harry movie, the Model 29 Smith, and the sales price doubled, but yet they quadrupled the production, and it took them 5 years to catch up with demand. And so when it showed up in the 4th version of the Dirty Harry movie, the gun was no longer being produced. So it created a huge demand for the gun that when we first offered this gun, we offered 77 of them, and in less than a week, everybody paid in full, and we said, we don't know how long it's going to take. They paid $4,000 a piece for them, and our cost was about $1,300, and we sold out in a couple of days and had $320,000 in the bank. So that just kind of speaks to the power of the brand or the image. But but along the way, we found out there were about 50 some odd issues that the gun had that never been addressed. So we spent the first 5 years solving those issues, and we got through all of them. The original gun, in spite of how much it was loved, it was not very reliable. It was not what I'll call user friendly, and we solved most of those. There's a few issues we'd like to make better, but it's way better than the original. And so I forecast that we would sell somewhere between 100 and 300 a month. And I just rounded off for simple math that we would net 2,500 per gun. So for every 100 a month, we would net $3 million a year. So if my bull case worked out, we would net $9 million. And we were on our way. Our best month this year, we shipped 40 in a month. And our limitation has been how many guns we can produce. We've never advertised, and we sold 600, and most of those were paid in full up front. And most of the people waited more than 2 years to get their gun. But as we were ramping up, this new group approached us that we'd never heard of called Strike Group. And they had gone into several other gun plants and revamped their production line to make their process more automated. And they went to a group called Polymer 80, and they did about $7 million in 2019. And they were taking almost 3 hours to produce one firearm, and they cut their time below 14 minutes, and they increased their sales to over $50 million. And they actually bought half interest in the company for $4 million, and they just sold that half for $28 million. And so they came in and offered to do the same thing for us. And just in the last week, on top of doing the engineering and marketing for us, they offered to put in $2 million of their own money. And so that just kind of allowed them to put their money where their mouth was, and kind of it sent such a positive message to all the investors that were willing to sell out in the past. Now have said, not only do they not want to sell, they'll buy others' interests, and anybody that doesn't want to be diluted. So our funding, I was trying to raise $2.5 million for funding and $2.5 million personally, but now we no longer need the business funding. But personally, I I have $2.5 million worth of debt I borrowed against my equity. I own about 51%. And if I don't pay that back, I have to forfeit a portion of that equity at a $15 million rate, which is not bad, but we believe the company will be worth at least 70 or 80 million, and it could be worth 100 or more million in the not too distant future. So what I'm trying to do is do a convertible debt note to delay that time until I sell and offer a discount. We're going to cap it at $40 million or 20% of the rate in 24 months. So that's basically the pitch. Are you?
Well, I think what's more exciting about the pitch is some of these new developments that have happened here recently, Patrick. Can you speak anything about the manufacturing location changes or anything? Are you able to share?
I didn't get in too much of the hurdles, but of course we had COVID and supply chain issues, and that, we had two major problems. One is not having parts at the right time, and then once we had them, our assembly time was more than 1 hour. More than 8 hours per day to make one gun. There were so many parts that had to be custom fit, and that's what Strike Group wanted to come in and make this an automated or whatever interchangeable part gun rather than having custom fit parts, and that required higher skilled labor to build the guns. And so not only are they going to improve that manufacturing process, but they'll move the whole operation to Bradford, Connecticut, which is the home of the firearm industry, and it's rich with tool and die makers. I'm in the Myrtle Beach area, and it's very difficult to find the type of skill we need
Absolutely.
here.
And if I could speak to that and correlate it, I mean, it's sort of like, if you're a tech startup and you're in the Bay Area of San Francisco, I mean, of California, that's the area, right, where all these VC folks are investing in tech companies and all that. And if you're a furniture company, it's out of North Carolina, the hotbed of the gun industry is right there in that area. So bringing that talent pool to AutoMag alongside of Strike, just remarkable, the production that you're going to be able to do now and be able to facilitate the sales. Because folks, if you're listening as an investor, the important thing to remember here is there's no problem with the demand for the gun. The problem has been making enough of the guns for the demand, right, Patrick? So being able to do that now is exciting. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Strike actually has 37 gun sales people, and they surveyed them all, and their consensus was they could sell 800 a month, and my bull case was 300, and at 800 a month we would net more than $16 million a year. And so they think the valuation for AutoMag, because I own the rights to the gun, nobody else can make an AutoMag. And when it's a generic gun that anybody can make, the valuation is more 8 to 10 times. But when it's something unique, it's more like a 12 times. So if you made 16 million times even 10, just for simple math, it'd be 160 million. So if you could buy convertible debt and convert at 40, you would get a good return.
Absolutely. And let's speak to that for a little bit, because you're loosening up a little change and making that liquid. It's more of like a secondary type of an offering. And what I'm really excited about is how willing these folks are for you to do some of those things and that are pouring in capital themselves. So speak to that a second on, typically with Strike Group, to write a check of this nature, I mean, they really have some significant belief. And I also would love for you to share on the importance of Strike Group, because a lot of people that are maybe listening in as a manufacturing investor or anything else for that matter that just has loose change to invest. Strike took a company that was borderline out of business. They saw the value of the brand and what that gun could do. Can you speak to that? I don't want to steal your thunder on that.
That was the Polymer 80 in 2019. They did $7 million and were struggling to get one every 3 hours. Strike came in, not only, well, they did the they charged the company to do the engineering work, but after they did that, they said to have a discipline. They get you to do the changes first before they offer to invest. They have a financial division, and that's what's kind of encouraging here. They told me the same thing in the beginning. They would only do the work first, and then we could discuss them investing. But they got so excited along the way, they just said they would put in their own money if we wanted it. And so we're offering it to the board members, and I think some of the board members, some of the existing investors, and I think Strike is only going to put in about $1 million. Some of the existing investors have now decided they're going to pony up the other parts. All that's being nailed down, but just the fact that Strike is willing to do that sends a very strong message that this is a special project. And they had 2 other projects they could have done. They just said they only wanted to do one at a time, but they said this could be their best project ever. And they've done some major projects, so they wanted to work with us.
Absolutely. Well, really excited about this. You're really pulling together that, like, the research triangle, if you will, up in the Connecticut area. So I have no doubt this is going to be taking off very early part of the year. I'm just listening to that video conference that I was privy to. Thank you for that, by the way, that where they expect to scale this over the coming months is just really, really encouraging. And it's not pie in the sky numbers, folks. These are folks that have been in the industry for decades, and they're used to doing this, and they're expecting to hit those sales. And if anything, they might be speaking some numbers that are conservative. So great job on all this, Patrick. I'm excited to be a part of this, and looking forward to the next couple of months here on what happens. Okay, well, that's it, everybody. Thank you, Patrick. Great job. Give him a round of applause. That's it for us today. That's it for the year. And just some closing thoughts here. Guys, you know, the market has been all over the place with the stock market, inflationary rates, things happening all over the world, the political race. There's lots of different moving parts, but there are opportunities nonetheless. I believe we're showcasing companies that are head and shoulders above the crowd. And that's why investors plug in. They listen to recordings, they ping us. I think people are going to be picking their spots here. We've had some of our client companies see that here recently. Yes, there have been some cram downs on investments, and on some others, they're having it all. So it really just all depends. So we're excited to see what happens here in the closing weeks of the year. And into Q1 of 2023, I think it's going to be on fire with activity, because there's just so much opportunity out there where people are just simply going to say, well, the market has been upside down and sideways. I don't know if I have a lot of confidence in this. I think I'll do a tuck and roll in some of these amazing companies. So that's what I'm expecting for. So folks, be grateful for the opportunity that we have with free enterprise in this amazing country that we live in. I'm so blessed to have alongside my team and Dan leading them all up. Dan, you've been so remarkable with what you do with these companies, with financial projections and everything else, where just recently an investor just concurred with him and everything and saying these are put together so well. And they confidently invested into one of our client companies, and super stoked for what you've been able to do for each and every one of them. Dan, you're a gem, and we appreciate everything that you do. Show Dan some love in the chat, or if you want to unmute and let him know your thanks. I know he's done so much for each and every one of you guys. He's an amazing individual and super talented. So thank you so much for that, Dan.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Dan.
Yes, thank you for that. As well as all of the colleagues that some of you have not met in the background, one of them being Faith. Thanks so much for all that you do. And we're just looking forward to an amazing new year that's coming up, and excited for all that. So folks, we'll wrap up here. Thank you so much for each and every one of you and trusting us with heightening the visibility of your companies. You guys are remarkable founders and inventors and brilliant people that we're just blessed and honored to be around. So it's been such an amazing year of ups and downs. We recognize all that, but we continue to move forward and gain ground. I'm excited for that, excited for 2023. Have an amazing holiday month, whatever holidays that you're celebrating. I celebrate Christmas and the birth of Christ. So excited for that. It's going to be a really fun time with family and friends. Make sure that you show people the love of Christ, if that's your faith as well, and around in your communities and with your friends and families. But folks, I am so honored. I give thanks for all the folks I get to serve. I'm grateful for that. I pray for you guys every day, and I'm really looking forward to our event that will be coming up. Let's look at the calendar here. As you guys know, we do it the last Friday of every month, so it looks like that will be Friday, January 27th will be the next event. Mark that on your calendars, Friday, January 27th. So we are excited for that. That doesn't mean our doors are closed, as you guys know. We are working this month. A lot of people think that people shut down for the holiday month. I don't believe that. Since the advent of one of these, people answer emails. Christmas is on one day. Hanukkah is on a few days, but not everybody celebrates it all 8 nights, if you will. And then the other holidays that are on there, like Kwanzaa and things like that, they're all like one-day things. So not everybody shuts down for the whole month. Don't believe that. Investors certainly don't do that either. They're looking for opportunities. Some of the biggest transactions we've ever done here at FEP, or myself as an individual stockbroker or money raiser in my career, have been right around the holidays, either Black Friday or Christmas Eve or something like that, or the day after the holiday, whatever it is. People impressed with just our tenacity being in the office, and certainly you guys that are plugging along. An investor loves to see that you're so focused. So proud of each and every one of you guys. Looking forward to the new year. Make sure that you ping us with any of your needs. We're happy to serve, and we're looking forward to it. So goodbye, everybody. We're signing off for now, and we will see you again, unless you're on a coaching call. We'll see you again January 27th. Okay, everybody, have a great Christmas, have a great New Year, and all the rest of the holidays. We're signing off. You guys can say goodbye to one another, and make sure you're connecting on LinkedIn and collaborating with one another. That's one of the things here, hence the name FEP Collaborative. So we will talk to you guys all soon. Take care now, everybody.
Thanks, Izzy. Take care.
Thanks. Happy holidays to everybody. Bye-bye.
Happy holidays.
Ho, ho, ho.
All right, you guys all have a good one. I enjoyed all your presentations. We'll see you next time.
Take care. God bless everybody.